something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da.
Hello, PUBG fans, and welcome to the Esports World Cup, America's PUBG Qualifiers, and that is a mouthful. If you're watching this, let's be honest, you know who I am, you know who he is. We don't really have to explain a lot.
Wow, the ego.
Well, I mean, come on, dude.
Hi, everybody. I'm
forever.
Porosaurus.
Yeah, Porosaurus Matchroom. There you go. We've got it. Hopefully, we're going to be cooking up some good games for you guys. Poro, you ready to jump into the action here in about, I don't know, 5-10 minutes?
I'm ready. I'm ready to get cooking. I'm ready to see what these open qualifier teams can bring to this closed qualifier competition.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some known commodities that we're going to be looking at. Before we get into all that, though, let's go ahead and walk you guys through. You know, every single time we got to tell you about how this is all going to go. So
we've got a
let's
process.
Go ahead and start trying to get everything prepped up and lined up for you guys. You can see we've already done rounds 1 and 2. Here we are on the finals for the qualifying series. 16 teams, top 3 are going to advance to the ECW PUBG Battlegrounds World Cup.
Yeah, we should put a little asterisk mark next to that. So it's top 3 teams in addition to Sonics. So Sonics have already qualified based on their global ranking. So Sonics are in this lobby specifically for PGC points, but they could do a little trolling, Matt. They could do a little trolling if they decided to. If they're here for PGC points, then they need to do well. Now, I guess what would be problematic is if the fact that they ended up with a really big lead in first place and then could kind of do whatever they wanted. That could be a problem.
There could be some issues that a couple of teams might have to navigate due to that. But on top of that, let's also go down the point system and how it's going to work. You guys are pretty familiar with that as well. It's going to be all about coming in on that first place position, walking away with 10 points, diminishing down 6 points in second. Third place is going to get 5. Going all the way down into 8th place, you're going to pick up 1 point. Below that, you're going to get absolutely nothing. Don't forget the fact that you're also going to get 1 point per kill.
Do love the 1 point per kill. And honestly, I think, I don't want to try to make a talking point out of the rule set that's been around for ages now, but the 1 point per kill seems to be the thing that gets most people over the hump, right? So I think you'll, especially in America's region, the kill leaders are going to be the ones that move on, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what we're always talking about, right? Is the average points per game and making sure that you keep up a good amount. If you can at least wipe a squad here or there, like 1 squad per game, and then get 1 or 2 placement points, you're already going to be in a pretty good spot if you can just keep that up, say, most of your games. On top of that, we've got some old faces that we're used to seeing and some new faces. That's the whole benefit of an open qualifier. So let's take a quick look at all the teams that are going to be involved, as we've kind of hit on a couple of them, but there's going to be a couple of newer ones we also want to mention, such as the fact that we've got Animaniacs that are coming into this one. Spam. I mean, a lot of these squads, while they might have different names, you're going to know a lot of the players.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what, chat? Maybe you guys can help us out. How do you pronounce? Is it Umaze? Umaze? Somebody will tell us. Somebody's got to tell us.
Is Toby in chat? Toby in chat.
Toby knows everything. Toby's always he's in all the right discords, hangs out with the coolest kids, wears the freshest clothes. But like you said, a lot of these teams, a lot of very familiar faces, and then a lot of very familiar names, a lot of comeback names too. So don't be surprised if you see some names maybe you haven't seen in a long time, and you're like, oh, hey, I didn't know he was playing again.
Most notably, Toyo, who did pretty good in the Open Qualifiers group stages, which is Pippa, Emmy, Benya, and Danny. That is that's some throwback names there.
Hey, look, I got killed in I was playing the other night and I got killed by Profi. So, it's the throwback. It's throwback season right now. So I would not be surprised to see some of these old hats come in here and shake things up a bit.
So I want everybody in chat, whenever you're looking at this, realize, okay, Sonics and 3 go forward. A lot of the, I guess, more popular teams, there's not enough spots for. We were kind of talking about this moving in. I mean, we've got Legacy, we've got TSM, we've got Falcons, we've got Space Station Gaming, Elevate, who had a phenomenal group stage coming into this, also with some, I guess, more familiar faces that we haven't seen in a minute.
Yeah, look, hey, that's the problem with only having 3 spots. There's going to be some really, really good, really well-deserving teams that don't make it. And, I think that's why day 1 is so important, right? You want to come in here and you want to make your mark on the lobby, obviously, and kind of want to keep that confidence rolling, but you also want to give yourself room, some wiggle room in case mistakes are made on the final 2 days. So it's a lot easier to play with a lead than it is to try to come from behind and start, that stress starts compounding. So, one of the biggest things about PUBG is the psychological game. And, when you're coming into this knowing that there's only 3 spots available, you're already coming kind of behind the 8 ball. So it's going to be putting a lot of test on the mental fortitude of these guys here for the next 3 days.
You know what's testing my mental fortitude?
What's that?
Just typing out Ume's 3 or EM3 is not helping us know how to say it, guys. You gotta
give me a phonetical pronunciation.
Yeah, no, just don't say the exact word back to us. We can see the word. I know there's a lot of jokes about American education system, but we can kind of read.
And we were both in the South too, so that's like doubling up worse. But I'm excited. I think when you look at what to expect, right? We have obviously some big names in there. I think everybody's kind of expecting Sonics, regardless of the fact that they've already qualified. I think they'll come in here and play very well. I think you got to look at teams like Legacy. I think Bestia, when you were looking at Latin American teams, I think if Legacy doesn't make it, I would say it's a pretty big upset. They've been playing really, really, really well, and they have been on the grind as far as scrims. I mean, they're scrimming in America, they're scrimming in Europe, and they're performing well. And obviously, scrim results aren't indicative of much of anything, but the fact that they're really on that grind, and they've got that mindset of, we want to make it. And I think anything less than a top 3 finish for them would be a disappointment.
And you were talking about like the importance of kills. That is a very frag capable squad. Like, let's be real with it.
For sure.
We're looking at it. Gizera, LFP, RBN, VHD. Gizera being the only not 3-letter name guy that's going to be a part of the squad. So I guess it's on him to pick up all of the kills. Is that the way it works? Huh?
Yeah, why not? We'll go with that. But hey, look, all of those guys are very capable fraggers. And we get to look at the schedule for today. So we are starting on Miramar, and then going over to Tego, then to Rondo, and wrapping up on Erangel. So we get the El Clasico and Nova Kendi, Matt. Nova Kendi.
We get Rondo instead. No Bears, dude. How are we gonna live without shots of the Bears?
I don't know. I don't.
Poor Virtus Pro fans everywhere, man. They're just or crying right now.
The Falcons Nest. We don't have the Falcons Nest anymore. Oh man,
we're cycling maps too fast. Every time we come up with a cool name for something, it goes away.
Like that, but all that means is that there's a team out there that has the opportunity to set themselves up with their own name, their own nicknamed spot on Rondo, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how Rondo plays out as we're still getting some more evolutions in play style. Yes, it has been on scrims. Yes, it was in the, earlier qualifying rounds of this, but it is still a very new map. So there's going to be a lot of new things that we're going to be kind of experimenting on. So if we make a mistake on Rondo, guys, hey, we're all in this newness together. So just throw it in at you.
If it's not when we make a mistake on Rondo, it's going to happen. So but be nice to us, Chad. That's why they brought us, because we're the oldest ones, and you can't bully us because we're that old.
That's just what I've taken from social media.
You
right
a bad
now,
person.
Right? Yeah. You can't pick on old people. That's what I've heard. No matter what we say. All right, guys. Looking at as we're going to be moving forward, we've been talking about the qualifying rounds, a lot of these squads, everything else like that. But there's also a couple of these like lower squads that we haven't had a chance to really dig into yet. We kind of mentioned Toyo, who had a good performance. We've been talking about Umaze. It's got Sam Crow, Shap, as well as Glock and Magnio as well. But looking through the entirety of this, as we move that down a bit more, we also have 55 Esports that's going to be back inside this. That's a known commodity from I wouldn't say way back. Like, what do we consider way back in PUBG Esports nowadays? Is it like the beginnings? Is it like PUBG Online, or are we like pre-NPL? What is old days?
Honestly, like old days to me means something different than it means to old to us, I guess, than it means to other people. When we talk about old days to us, we're talking like, Why Tempt Fate and off constantly and totality and old noble and so yeah, I don't know. I think we can't be we're not indicative of the rest of the population, but yeah, these are some very familiar names, at least 3 years old, I would say, at least.
Yeah,
2 to 3.
There's a lot that we're going to be looking into. So as we're going to be starting on Miramar, I'm going to be really excited as we're going to be looking through that, as that's my favorite map to start on. I feel like, and a lot of the players are talking about it as well. Jumping into it, you can see we're going to be right off the get-go, a Cabrera down to Resort.
Oh, dude, I'd love starting our Miramar, honestly. Like, I love El Clasico. I love Erangel. But after this many years, it's starting to get a little stale. I'll say it. I'll say it. It's starting to get a little boring. Like, everybody knows how to play it so well and so perfectly that, you know, the early half of the game just feels a little, you know, So
routine is the way I like to say it. Is Miramar isn't that way.
In some reason, Miramar's managed to duck that. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just the openness, the hills, the side. I don't know how it's been able to do it, but it still feels fresh, at least in competitive side.
In competitive, like I still love playing on Erangel, but whenever we're looking at competitive, Miramar just feels different. I don't know how else to describe it. And you know, you can even talk to a lot of the players. They mention similarities inside of it. And so a very fun way to start this one off is we are also going to get gas cans.
Okay.
To be right off the start of this one with a bit of a hot drop right next to it.
Off the jump with Animaniacs. Okay, that's brave. So gas cans does fall in with all four into one warehouse. Animaniacs doing a little bit of a 2-2 split, but it looks like they have gas cans somewhat surrounded here right now. So can they get an angle onto this? How can they get some kind of vision? Okay, good. Gas can is going to go off and play the outside of the wall. There you see the circle is all the way down in the southeast. So this is going to have to come to a head pretty quick, and you already hear the shots coming through. Penalol peeking around those boxes. That's a dangerous place to peek. You can see that gun just going all over the place.
I mean, it's a helmet or a body armor, but not both on a lot of these players. Gascan's box just running with the Uzi, seeing if maybe he can cover. Hikerman going with a couple of shots at range, but you can see it is going to be all about A4A just pushing their way into this one. Trisk getting control over the situation right now. Going to go ahead, look into the flush, but two members down. Starting to make the push out on this one. Is he going to go for the peak? Gets a spray. Not a lot of damage off of it, but reinforcements coming up on the other angle.
Yeah, big flip. They managed to turn a 4v2 into a 2v2, and now Vox down to next to no health. FCZZ will find him with the ump, and now it's just down to Beamy. Beamy will do a little dancing, gonna find himself around. FCZ wins it with 1 HP left, and they keep all four players alive.
Man, that is a catastrophe for Gascans. And starting this one out, Power Grid going to be going on over Animaniacs, so they're going to get some control inside of it. So now with Power Grid, they have to worry about their migration into what you were talking about is going to be a very interesting circle to navigate.
It really is, because you look at the playing path, you know where everybody's looting. You got to imagine that the south rotation's probably going to be looking pretty good, but the north side, that's going to get pretty filled up pretty fast. The western side as well. So this is not going to be a safe rotation by any means. I think you'll see a lot of these teams like SSG, maybe Luna, even Rent Free up there in Pozo, maybe take a little bit longer, maybe look around a little bit more for an E pickup, see if they can make that rotation in. But E pickups seem to be harder to find. Maybe that's just me. I don't know, Matt.
I'm with you, Chad. A couple of people are also talking about like the colors. I'm a little thrown off as well, because whenever I saw it, I'm not used to seeing Sonics as a pinkish color, but hey,
yeah, pink Sonics. Okay, I'm down with it. I feel it. I like that.
It's like, it's going to take a second. I know it's going to throw a bit off, but Chow in a great spot. Mercy in a great spot. Toyo also going to go ahead and looks like they're going to regroup on Impala. A lot of these teams probably going to be playing in that area just north of Puerto, because it's just got a lot of strength and reposition capabilities coming out for. And yes, I know we have the islands in play, but this is not really leaning islands just quite yet. We're going to have to wait.
No, that's not an island. Yeah, this isn't an island circle. It's too far west. It's too far west. Sonic's out here looking like the cover of a Blink 182 self-titled album. I like the pink and the blue, man. I do. I like it. But yeah, okay, so we've got the center of the circle. PCH, Pachao in that 2-2 split. They've got some power points here, but they're gonna have to defend themselves pretty well, because that bottom two, that southern duo, isn't going to get a whole lot of protection from the northern duo. You can see Mercy already creeping over in that direction. They will pull off. Spam, meanwhile, eating a little bit of sand over here just west of Hacienda. And they've got the victorious, who is that? Animaniacs over there still looting up in power.
Speaking of victorious, Elevate going to be making their rotation in. Falcon's also going to be trying to spot out some stuff at range. Just going to go ahead and use that stopover just to the west of Impala. Make sure that they're going to make this rotation pretty clean, because that is a very dangerous place to kind of rotate into, specifically at this stage. They don't have a lot of teams that are going to be around them right now. It's just going to be mostly Toyo that's going to be in Impala itself, challenging that 2-2 split, but not really looking this way.
Yeah, we got the Falcons with the deep purple. Used to seeing them in green.
I know, dude.
So, yeah, we'll get used to it, chat. We're here with you. But you can see them already in a little bit of a 3-1 playing that ramp. And they do see Toya, they do see Bestia, and it looks like Bestia and Toya see each other. So a few shots coming through there. And, well, Magno, that's not the way that car is supposed to be sitting. Are you waiting for it? Well, yeah, I'm looking to see if anybody's going to come over there and maybe try to get him squared away, get that thing back on its get 4 toes on the ground, because they need all the vehicles they can get playing the southern side of this.
Like I say, making their rotation, looks like they could be running into TSM, who's a bit more fortified right on the outskirts of Los Leones. See if they're going to catch him. Looks like Purdy is pretty hungry. The rest of the squad, Alo, is going to be able to spot this one out. So Legacy looks like they have the bunny ears up. Going to pull away from it, stop out, not make the push into Los Leones, instead rotate a bit further out.
Yeah, TSM just kind of doing you're starting to see this more and more on the circles where Los Leones is in, and people have to think about making a rotation. Nobody obviously wants to go into Los Leones, but that position specifically that TSM is holding is really, really good for just harassing and scouting, and even just doing camp there, rotation camps. So TSM just holding that western side of Los Leones. Legacy, as you said, smartly going to continue going off to the south, but off to the north we still have a lot of teams that got to find a spot in, Matt. SSG, where are they going?
Yeah, this is...
They're out in space, man. Which is, I guess makes sense.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
if you're going to go Campo Militar, you live Campo Militar, and then you make the rotate whenever, I guess, Circle 2 hits. I guess that's what they're hoping for. Blue Zone is approaching, so that's probably going to be when they hop in vehicles. Elevate, very elevated right now. Got some Sonics going to be next to him. The Spoon, here's the footsteps. Going to be feeding the information. Looks like reinforcements are on the way, as Shinboy going to be landing right down below him, maybe just to pick him up, though.
This might be a bait to see if any of the Sonics boys creep over to the edge to take shots at these vehicles and leave themselves exposed to the Spoon. But Sonic's not taking the bait right now. They're just gonna listen to those vehicles drive around, not peek, and they'll stay alive for the time being. But Spoon, he's got to go somewhere.
That somewhere looks like it's going to be over towards Elevate, but he can see Kickstar right now, look just off to the right. He's going to be very, very nervous as he hears Tiggleson's footsteps back behind him. Shrimsy, everybody creeping forward. You can see support now coming in for Elevate. A very low ground, though. Vegas trying to creep his way up, seeing if maybe he can get some elevation to try to help his teammate. A little bit of a path that he can work around, but keep in mind, as he's making his way up, there's going to be sound cues potentially happening. And yep, that means that Sonic could start to hear what's going to be going on. Kickstart should be able to hear that.
There
but
it
the
is,
Spoon's gonna drop him.
Yeah, Kickstar going to be the first one to reveal himself. The Spoon will take him out, and that is not going to be resible here for Son. Well, Shrimsy trying to make his way over there, but Vegas, big shots. Doesn't get the knock, though. Kickstar will pull back. Maybe Shrimsy might be able to go for the res here. If he's lucky, the grenade's coming through, but they're not finding the mark.
Dude, I am loving this confident Elevate coming in off of this one. Now starting to make their way into Spoons. Got the control point. Has some assistance in Shinboy. Now Tiggleton, you can already see dropping down to the belly. Nade's going to roll, but not get enough damage. Nades on both sides. Ending up just a bit too short.
A little bit of an airburst there, but Sonic's back up to 4 strong. And that's exactly what they wanted to see. Punich tried to go for the long flank, and he's going to get spotted by LFP, of all people. Legacy coming in with the third party. And so now Elevate down to 3, and they've got some decisions to make. Do we stick this out, try to take this on with Sonics, knowing now that we have a third party involved?
I love the way that Sonics is regrouping on this one. They're playing the opposing side of the hill, shifting in. Looks like they're just going to make a beat feet escape out of this one. H1 even going to pick up the flush onto Punage, so going to be a point
Take
going
the
back
steal.
over. So what was a near-on catastrophe, very well handled by Sonics.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, Sonics had so much discipline holding on to the top of those rocks. Again, not peeking whenever the cars came through. And, you know, obviously unfortunate for Kick to get caught out by the spoon like that, but they still managed to get the res, even in such a hectic moment like that. So, good play for them. Elevate still have 3 up. Space Station finally arriving. They're going to scout out. Oh, no. That's Vinny going down from way downtown.
Rest of Luna looks like they're just going to go ahead and escape out of this one. Already inside vehicles. The timing on it just
Good shift for them,
terrible
though.
for Luna. Yeah. Shift is going to go back into Impala favor, so Toyo's going to have a lot of space to play around Falcons as well. Running that 2-2 split's going to have a lot of information. The Southwest, though, is about to be a party.
Yeah, interesting timing on that the sandstorm on the south side here. You can see Legacy kind of chasing it a little bit and just kind of making sure that they stay a little bit hidden from anything that might be in front of them. They're slowly playing their way through. Everything's coming out of Los Leones. Sonic's still 4 up. They're going to wait for H-Win to rejoin them before going any further, scouting off towards the center of the zone. But Bestia, they've got a 2-2 split. They've got Span trying to make their way right through. Rent Free, meanwhile. Where even are they? I didn't even see them on the map.
Oh, Luna just had to send it down, and they're going to be right next to Bestia, but Bestia's going to reposition up, use the opposite side of the longhouse, while Spam's going to be rotating very close to them. You can see the field being the big problem inside of this. A lot of these teams trying to navigate away from it, but that means that there's going to be a cluster specifically up in the north and down into the southwest. You have your choice. You either brazenly run right across these fields and hope that nobody's sniping you, or you're going to have to just deal with a ton of teams.
Sharp shot. Man had 1 HP leaving the fight, and Bandy's up the whole way, and now he's getting shot at from Falcons. Roth having a little bit of a line of sight onto that. Meanwhile, that's going to be Rent Free, I believe. Is that Rent Free? FR? Yeah. Yeah, why not? Rent Free. Honey Badger, Gats, Oldless, Bizzler, names that we are all very familiar with as they pull in to the southwestern part of the zone. Remember, you had a number of teams coming from that southern side already. Sonics was posted up. You can see they have laid claim to a compound and everything looking pretty nice for them, but just keeping track of Animaniacs.
As you should have to at this stage is, I mean, this is just going to be a good, strong position play from Sonics right now, hoping the fact that they're not going to get too much of the pressure coming in from, this is pretty late in their rotation, so if the circle kind of moves too far away from them, it's going to be a bit more of a problem as they're going to have to deal with that very clustered, I guess, field defense you can see now very, very firmly setting in. TSM in a similar position as Rent Free. Rent Free being FR is going to mess with my dyslexia so bad. I'm just going to let you know.
Because I know
in
they did it on
advance.
purpose. I know they did it on purpose.
You know, man.
I know they did. Well, it looks like you may, however it's pronounced,
EU
trying to EU Maze.
Mize 3. That's what
Okay.
Gibson says, and I'm going to trust Gibson.
EU Maze 3. EU Maze 3. Okay, I'll take that. They were getting a little bit of shots sent to them towards Mercy as they made their way on the coast, but it looks like they managed to keep everybody up. Sparking, scouting ahead just a little bit on the north side here, just on that Cantera. What do we call it? The rim, the crater rim. Trying to find the next spot for TSM to play. It looks like everybody, for the most part, has found somewhere secure. Nobody really looking for a home. Still a lot of room on that north side to work with there for SSG and for Animaniacs.
I want to point out Pippa's location for Toyo, just in the southeast of Impala. That hillside is going to be very, very strong if we continue to see a shrink in this direction. The control that that position can provide, specifically kind of shooing people away, also protects his other members that are playing more on the Impala side and just the south of it. Shrink is going to go more into the Falcons' favor with Bestia, though, so that means that Animaniacs, SSG, and really EU Mize 3 going to have to be making rotations in, as well as Elevate. Legacy, though, leading the pack.
Yeah, that shift, I think, just about what everybody was expecting, but it's still one thing to expect it and then another thing to have to make your way through it. So you can see Legacy just going ahead. Looks like Elevate's just going to let them do so, maybe clear the road a little bit for them. Santastico with the bolty, not finding anything. Legacy just pulling up to the dip and immediately on their feet to see if they can maybe spray down. I think they were expecting the crash from Elevate, but Elevate not biting on that bait.
I like this on both parts. Elevate, not going to get much out of making the crash into it, go a bit further. Yeah, go ahead and play the hay bales. That dip is strong for now. It's going to have some dangers to play with, but as long as we don't see Falcons really start to focus in their direction, I think that they should be fine for the time being. TSM, Sonics, right up on top of each other as TSM can continue play. I think that a bit of that ridge is still going to be inside the circle, but TSM very uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, Sparking kind of feeding intel over to the boys, trying to give them some high ground cover, but as you said, the blue zone has arrived. He's got to get on out of there and reposition. The rest of TSM just going to go ahead and hold that ridge line, looking off in the distance, making sure nobody can stab them in the back. Sonics, for their part, they're not going to be inclined to leave this compound anytime soon. They'll just hold and wait for TSM to make their move. Alo trying to go and escape from the high side. Purdy Curdy using that as an opportunity to take a few shots, but nothing going to land on him. And look at this kickstart, going to go down from range to Animaniacs.
Animaniacs being the X factor in this game so far. TSM doesn't have all of the information on who they're fighting against, so just kind of playing this one
they
by
have no
ear for the
idea.
time being. Yeah, if they knew that that was Sonics, they would probably go for the push in, but at the time, they do not have that knowledge. There has not been a knock exchange between them, I don't believe.
Oh, I kickstarted the bullet magnet so far here today, but Haven going to go down to SSG as Luna is leaving, and that is unfortunate for Luna Galaxy as they're now just down to Zakrak and Posa. And they've got to find somewhere to go, and there's just not a whole lot, man. There's a lot of ridges, a lot of hills here to play, but you just don't feel safe anywhere really over here.
I mean, I guess they're going to stop on one of these opposing hillsides. There's a shack.
That's all you can do. Yeah.
Take it, man. Take it. If anything, Falcon's going to protect you on one side, Toyo on the other one, maybe even spam to the north, so it'll buy you some placements, worst to worst.
Hey, it is Falcons. It has been a. I don't think it's bad to say that it's just not been a good couple of weeks for that team as far as scrim results and stuff like that going. So, we'll see if they can pull it off here. The win would be absolutely huge for them here.
Take what you can get at this point. TSM also in some trouble. Only 2 members alive. Sonic's just north of them. It's all about hay bales and shields. That's about all you've got to work with over here. Is the control that Falcons are starting to assert over here is just a couple of bullets, but it's enough to force everybody down. You can see a lot of smokes, I'm assuming, got burnt just getting into these stages. So a lot of utility already gone for these squads.
Yeah, Halo and Sparking just holding the fort here. The movable cover, just kind of keeping everything alive, but they've got Sonics right behind them. The problem is Sonics knows exactly where they are, but they can't really push because they're getting shot at from Falcons. They're getting shot at from everybody else. So a lot of teams here, for all the knowledge that they have, they're extremely limited by the terrain, and that's a perfectly placed grenade from the thrice dead kickstart, the zombie start, coming back into the line.
Halo now having to deal with a Molotov on top of him. Not gonna have to deal with it for long. TSM is going to be out. Still 9 teams alive, Poro. We haven't even managed to make it into placement. There are rats creeping their way in everywhere.
Oh no! And one of the rats just got ran over by Luna. And okay, Luna will go down in the end to a 4A. As they have a nice little stack of kills for themselves, but it's looking like their game might not be lasting much longer here. Trisk, the last player alive, as long as the smoke will allow it. But Legacy, they're right on that south side. They looked like they were interested in making a push over here, cleaning that up, but Bestia going to keep them at bay.
Well, Legacy's going to have to make a move with Toyo now getting right in front of them. But Chow, you can see, has managed to move into Falcons territory, and they're going to go ahead and take this pretty authoritatively, as now it's going to be Falcons on a full-on retreat.
Jeez, man, Falcons, they had the dead center compound. They had 4 alive, and Pichao said, we do not care. We're just going to go ahead and crash that and take whatever we want. So far, 2 kills for them. Flood and Rello still staying alive for the time being, but Pichao, can they flush this out? They need to get rid of these guys. They need to get rid of these. I'm wondering if Sonics can read the situation of what's going on up there, and you can see them kind of moving around in the open a little bit more, trying to put themselves in a little bit better position.
Toyo's just kind of waiting this one out for the time being. They're going to have to move. I think that rent-free Oldless is also going to be down to the south, having to make a move. Sonics, definitely keeping the eyes like you're talking about. Bestia, going to have to figure out, they have kind of an easier move, but it looks like they're going to be moving into the same territory that Toyo was moving to, as it's going to be Flood that's just taking a couple of harassing shots, really forcing Toyo right along the edge of that zone wall.
I mean, this is the fight that had to happen. Bestia had such great position on the side of that road using that ridge lines, but Toyo, they wanted the exact same thing. They had to go somewhere. They got the first knock onto Silzen, tried to send somebody back, but Benya gonna eat the whole grenade, but he's gonna find the flush onto Silzen as well. So now it's down to a 3v3. Benya could get rezzed here, but Toyo, they got two in the far back here. Emmy gonna try to hop into the Murado, but Capitan has him dead to rights.
Gonna hit those last couple of shots, and now creeping forward, Capitan. You gonna go for it? You gonna get the control? It looks like he's gonna lean back. He just wants to try to protect his downed teammate for the time being. Still hitting shots as he goes, but no. Capitan's gonna go and start denying out information. He's gonna go down to a bit of an exchange, though. Bestia still just trying to find the angles. It's gonna be Sharp Shot running over. Toyo Esports eliminated, but they're gonna have to move quick.
Mutually assured destruction from two phenomenal squads there on that ridge line. We'll see if Sharpshot can get that res up, maybe keep Bestia in this a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Sonics, as we said, I think they may have figured out what's going on at this compound. Flood and is it Flood and Rello? Is it Flood and who is it? It's Flood, yeah, Flood and Rello. Somehow still alive. They've just found themselves a corner. He got the movable cover, and Pichao not too terribly interested in going there. They know they're 4 alive, right? They know it's late game. They don't want to take any stupid knocks and flushes here.
But here's the problem. That giant wall back behind them is going to be exactly where Sonics are going to be playing from. And if Sonics approach over there, they can just lob nades into the open top of that. And it's going to be a lot about Beal just kind of holding down this other area, making sure that they can't move forward. Yeah, I like this. Make him move out. Try to really force out any play that could be coming out from this one. Rally full on defense. Oldest creeping in. I think that we're getting into a settle down stage, as Bestia could have just a tiny bit of the circle that they can play from cover as well.
And don't lose your eyes off of Oldless, Matt. That snake in the grass.
Yeah.
Oldless could have a big impact on how this fight goes, but like you said, Pichao, they're just biding their time. They're going to wait for somebody else to make that first move. They know the spot that they're in right now. They know I'm assuming they know exactly where the Falcons boys are. They're just not going to do anything about it. They're just going to go ahead and let them stay there. Now the circle has shifted onto the wide open field, and look at this, Bestia actually getting back up to 3 strong. So Bestia in a lot better position than previously.
Yeah, and all the force is now back onto Falcons duo, as Pichao could just kind of creep in there and go after them any given moment. But we still have the tail as Oldless's time, with Oldless ratting his way forward, and we've seen him time and time again really make some massive rat plays. So we got to keep an eye on
Oh
what's
my
going
God,
on.
and look what he's got in his hand too.
In.
He's got the Panzerfaust in hand as well. So anybody who happens to be unfortunate enough to get peeked by Oldless is going to take a missile right to the face. As Sonics, they know where Bestia. I think they have an idea where Bestia is, but they're just positioning themselves to take out whoever comes out of this compound. They've got Tig playing the point man. They've got Kick and H-Win from range with hard cover, and there's your boy right there with the Panzer in hand. But look at this now. I don't know if Sonics is expecting this. Bestia, fortunately, they are going to stop, and they're just going to go ahead and play the ridge. Put the hard cover up and just play from the side. Capitan, I think, just can feed information over that direction. But Bestia, I don't really see getting involved in this until it pops off.
Yeah, whenever a firefight starts going a bit more, that's when we can see him creep forward. But you can see vehicles are already lined up. It looks like Sonics were already expecting that one to happen. Gale does spot out Oldless, so takes him down. Now, Pichao, how are you going to handle this one? Because it's 2-layer defense that's going to be lined up directly in front of them. They have to go through Falcons and then Sonics. And even if they do manage to bypass Falcons positioning, then Falcons can backstab. 2 different teams, both gunning for them, wanting every bit of those kill points.
Falcons actually may get out of this. They might get out of this. As Tiggleton's going to find Fakeson, so that'll start things off, but Tig has to pull back. Now that he's taking shots from range, BL going to try to return the favor with the grenade, and he will find him. But the blue is pushing in, pick up Fixin, and you might have to just leave that guy, man. I don't know if you've got time to really go for the res. The smoke's being laid down, but look at this. Falcons just holding the line here. Tig will get stolen away by DraftKings, so that's another point for Bestia.
But we did see Flood start playing that outer wall. He might spot out a couple of members in just 1 second. Rello's just full on defense at the time. So Flood playing that outer area, just kind of dancing around. You can see Pachow also just holding against the wall. Nobody, just look down the hallway. It's fine for now. Throw the Molotov, slow it down. Hey, that blue zone's going to hurt. You might not want to step into that too much.
Back up to 4 strong, too. So Pachow does get that res, but they've kind of worked themselves into a corner here. Is Fakeson going to go down again to Rello? Kickstart. No real offensive throwables. You can see H-Win has the grenade in his pocket and a Molotov as well, but just waiting for Pachow really to make their way down that hill before they get involved. Flood going to get spotted out by BL.
Yeah, but it should be able to be resable. It doesn't look like they're going to turn back on that too fast. There's a potential for a mini red zone to just happen right on top of Pachow if they're not careful. But with Sonics having to kind of reposition back around with what Pachow's doing, Bestia has now crested that hillside and starting to take a couple of shots right into the back of Sonics.
Yeah, Bestia, I mean, they've got nothing really to work with here. They have nothing to worry about, really. Is now Rello is going to find 2. He's going to find 3. Rello going to take down the whole squad as Fakeson the last one alive. And he is going to secure those points of 4 in the bag now for Sonic's. Flood will probably bleed out here. The smoke's coming down, lay down some kind of cover. And maybe, actually, he's going to go for the res.
But Bestia's focused in on Sonics right now. Sonics already moved up. Kickstart waiting to see if they can catch anybody else. Pachow is going to be the ones to finish this one off. But now, what do you do? Fakeson about to walk right into the Sonics. Kick just playing in the blue zone, waiting, got that backpack, but he's about to have to start making a move in just 1 second. Hasn't spotted him out through the smoke. Now finally going to see him. Goes for the spray, but a moment too late, and it's going to be Sharp Shot that gets the knock on him.
Oh, they had him. They thought they had him in a perfect position, but Fakeson just taking his sweet time getting on out of there. And now H-Win has a little bit of an angle here on Fakeson, but Sharp Shot will finish him off. And now Bestia, they can just clean up their plate. 9 kills, and they've got H-Win surrounded.
I mean, well played from Bestia. They just read the circle, continued to use the terrain, lined it in. H-Win, what can you manage to do? Bestia sitting at 9 kills. Great game for them right now. H-Win trying to make some type of play, yep, just deny it out. So Bestia, 9 kills, takes our first game.
That's a big win for them. And yeah, I mean, at the end, it came down to that fight between, who was it? It was Bestia and who was the team that was pushing them? It was shoot. I can't remember now. It wasn't Toyo, when they were playing on that roadside. I mean, we knew that was going to be an important battle, but in the end, Bestia managing to keep 3 people alive. To be fair, even if it was down to 2, I think Bestia might even win that still, because they just kind of held that northern side of the circle, avoided all the nonsense from the compound, and eventually everybody just kind of took themselves out.
Yeah, there was just a bit of a recline down that hillside where everybody else was playing up on the top of it. They were doing a good job of kind of maneuvering around that, using their ears to find where the firefights were going and just lining up, being prepared for it. And it just became essentially a wave defense of people trying to come out of that compound, just getting ripped to pieces.
Yeah, that compound was brutal. I mean, Falcons found out the hard way. I mean, they were sitting in there pretty late, 4 strong, and then immediately lose 2 to Pachow. And credit to Pachow, that is a hard push to make for sure, and to not take any player loss at the same time. But there you go. There's your match ranking. Bestia gets the 19 points overall for 9 kills and the win. Sonics right behind them. Good game from Sonics to start things off. Pachow and Falcons rounding out your top 4. Animaniacs right there in 5th.
See that it was a desperate situation, playing in a pretty open area, just making some pretty hard sins. Miramar providing a very solid first game, but on that right side of the leaderboard, it was just so hard to find placements, man. We were into like the last couple of circles, and it was just getting kill points. That's about all you could do.
Well, we picked the best possible time to have a technical issue, unfortunately, because it was right around the time that we lost feed that everything kind of hit the fan, right? Everybody was slow playing, everybody was trying to take it very easy, very risk averse, and then all of a sudden, it was too many people for too small of a space, and I mean, we saw so many teams that just took. Not many wipes. The people were keeping alive, trying to snake out that placement point. But that was a rough one. That was a rough one for game 1.
I mean, we started off in a hot drop and it just continued to go all the way through. Where we're going to go ahead and start getting game number 2 ready in just 1 minute. We're going to take a quick break, but we will see you guys in just a second. And we are back yet again, as we're going to be moving into game number 2 in just 1 second, Poro. All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to say it.
He's going to say
all
it.
the team squads, breaking my brain. It's a thing. I got to get used to TSM being a different color. I got to get used to Sonics being a different color. It's a new world for new genes, I guess. No.
Chat, we're old and we fear change.
Dang, why did we do new things? I don't like it.
Well, while we get used to the new things of the colors, these guys are gonna have to get used to the new things of Rondo here in a minute. But we've got one more game on Miramar, and then we're heading over to Tego before we head over to Rondo. So, but right off the bat, yeah, Bestia, nice start, 19 points. Sonics also a nice start. Again, this is something we touched on briefly. I don't think there's some teams in the lobby I feel like don't want to see Sonics at the top with nothing really to lose.
Yeah, and we can see that there was a lot inside that first game that was teams that were having to navigate bad situations. Like we saw Sonics bump into Elevate early gas cans with the hot drop that happened inside there. And you can see how Sonics realized the positioning and what was going on, realized the weakness that happened back behind them with Elevate, shifted away and decided to play for the late game. Handling those types of hurdles, I think, are what's going to be a really big defining factor for a lot of these squads, as this is a very, I guess, loose set of teams with a lot of different rotations that some squads might not be expecting.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the things I think back to a lot is talking to Gunner, multiple times about how one of the issues that they had is playing regional lobbies as if they were international lobbies. And for not to be disrespectful here, but saying they're giving some teams too much respect. So playing it a little bit more cautiously maybe than they should be, essentially saying like, look, we know that we are better than at least half of these teams out here, and straight up 4v4 we will win 10 times out of 10 in fights against most of these teams, right? I feel like there's squads like that figure that out. I think Legacy is one. I think Bestia is probably one. I feel like Falcons should be one. I feel like I've been watching Falcons play, and I feel like they're playing so cautiously when that team with that amount of firepower on it could pretty much dominate most of the squads in this lobby.
It's such a smart squad too. And I can't help it if I wonder if that's what's going on, is they have so much information. It's almost like an information paralysis situation.
Possibly. I don't know. And again, not picking on Falcons. It's just the fact that they're a damn good team, man. And they deserve to make an event like Esports World Cup, and I think they could perform really, really well there. But to get there, you got to get through this part first, right? So it's two very different types of lobbies that you're playing in, but you got to be able to play in both.
And there can be some conversations about the change in roster and whatnot, but let's not count out the fact that Roth has always been a very hardcore grinder for kills and whatnot. We've seen him have some very stellar performances in firefighting before. Yeah, he's often known for like his brain, but I mean, whenever we went to Saudi last time, he was just grinding every single day for hours and hours and hours because he got mad at himself for not getting enough kills. And so for somebody that's known for being more of on the intellectual IGL side, to also be so heavy on the grind and kill side, this is a squad that has a lot of killing firepower that I 100% agree with you.
Sure, yeah, and look, like Roth's not a bad player, but even if you thought that, like, again, this is conjecture, right? This is debate. Even if you think that Roth is a step down in production in terms from Mime, you still have got Rello, you still have Snakers, you still have Flood, you still have so much damn firepower on that squad that they should still easily be up at the top of this lobby. So I gotta believe that whatever issues that they're having right now are strictly between the ears, and so hopefully they kind of get themselves sorted and get their swagger back essentially. But that game one right there, I mean, starting off dead central position, getting pushed by Pachal, but managing to kind of pull out of that and still get some pretty decent points. That's a pretty good start.
So you're telling me that this whole qualifier is about how Falcons can get their groove back?
Maybe. It could be.
Also, I wanted to shout out Elevate for being very proactive in the early last game. They've gone ahead and switched over. You can see going to move around the Chumas area almost instantly, trying to get control over this area. I really, really like the way that they're reading the early circles and being very proactive in their defense.
Yeah, no, I've been liking the way the Elevate is. I like the way the Elevate's moving, right? It's a lot of the times with these guys, what we've seen in the past is they they're so good mechanically, but it feels like they get a little bit comfortable in terms of like their discipline. And maybe, you know, as kind of touching back on what we said.
Did you just say that Elevate gets comfortable and discipline? I want to hear that sentence again.
They have issues with their discipline.
Oh, okay. So I can get behind that sentence.
As in they know that they're good, so they end up playing a little bit loosey goosey. But it feels like this time, it feels like they're kind of locked in a little bit more, and they're playing it the way they should, right? So that could be dangerous for the rest of these teams as well, especially considering they've got a nice little central position here right now as we see TSM and Alo just giving them some ventilation holes in the top of that roof.
It's hot, you know. It's just to get some more
it's
like
warm,
ventilation
man.
to drive, really get some like nice airflow going, cools it down a bit. As EU Mise 3 going to be rotating to the south around, and TSM being the only real team they have to deal with. Looks like Space Station Gaming going to catch some airtime. I think that they're headed straight into Chumacera, and they're going to be rewarded with that as there is nobody there.
Yeah, no, that's well, especially if they find they get maybe to take the high ground in Chuma. I don't know. It's always a risk. Do you take the high ground? Do you take the low ground? They're actually going right past Chuma, so maybe they're just going for the mountains on the south side. We'll see. They're really just they're really enjoying their flight time.
Okay. Well, EU Mise didn't have to worry about a squad, but now might have to be worrying about SSG. But I think SSG might have to worry about them more. This could be a bad rotation timing for them to come in as they're coming in on that road. But it looks like EU Mise 3 might just be rotating to the north. TSM in movement, though, too, might spot this out depending on how much they shift over into the west.
Yeah, I think this might be SSG looking to the south side, just thinking, hey, Vitamar, given the plane path, it's probably there's probably still vehicles on the ground. They're just trying to find some kind of transport down there after they make that long e-pickup rotation. It looks like they're going to find it too. So Bestia, meanwhile, still hanging out in Picado. You get a little bit of a vision here onto Rent Free, taking up that western side, most western team right now. And they have kind of their pick, really, of what they want to play on that western ridge line.
They've got the
Not a bad
elevated
spot to be
peninsula,
in.
right? Like where Brickyard is. It's kind of defended on both sides by the massive just dips in the hills for the roads. So it's good for now.
Yeah, it's definitely, well, you know, it just depends on how brutal these shifts are going to be to them. But and then you also have that additional factor of where's Luna going to go, right? It looks like they're doing the hard wrap around to the north side, coming over here west. So right now, Rent Free is our westernmost team, but they may have company soon. Toyo also taking their time coming in. Pachao also just slowly making their way past Los Leones. So most everybody else, though, already inside the zone. Looks like everybody centering around Chumacera. Nobody actually in Chumacera, though.
Well, whenever we've been looking at a lot of the heat maps, they tend to, whatever reason, either play into that upper area around Chumacera that you can have some ending points, but the lower ground, it just does not like right now. So I think that's a lot of the teams are playing around that, just hoping the fact that, okay, maybe our prep will do us well. So is PUBG going to be nice and play into the math, or is it just going to give you the wild card is the big question.
Always is the question, isn't it? Well, you can see on that map stream, you see also Elevate. We were kind of crediting for that 2-1-1 split. Well, now they got a lot of company around them, and don't let it distract you. Like, there's still a lot of space for them to move around, and they can still probably avoid Sonics for the most part. But they've got Sonics with a 2-2 kind of right in the middle of their long split here. A lot of teams still playing on the north side of that road as well. So maybe their heat map math is operating a little bit different.
I mean, sometimes playing the opposite of the heat maps can also get you into a position that nobody's expecting. Chumacera is pretty much a free rotation right now for anybody that wants it.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I think UMace 3 might be figuring that out right now. You can see Magno just kind of driving around in that area. Gas cans starting to make their way in on that western side. It looks like they're gonna just kind of hold up on that high ground on the western side of that valley, and the rest of the boys, another purple team, I can't remember who, Posa Haven's a Kraken just north of them. So very slow early game, but it's kind of cool that we're keeping the map up for as long as we are, just so you can kind of get an idea of where exactly everybody is deciding to go and more importantly, where they're deciding to stop.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even had a kill yet right now. It's mostly just harassment and control that's coming into play. So being able to see exactly what's going on and how this, like, I guess mid-game is potentially going to line up as we're going to be moving into the second circle in just a moment is beautiful to kind of see. Toyo with their rotation looks like they're going to be kind of the X factor. Chow going to be the closest team to them, but really you can see a lot of attention starting to focus into the center, and those elevated positions that are going to be down to the southwest going to be the bullets being exchanged between hillsides. Maybe a knock, but it's going to be really hard to get a flush.
A little annoying little sandstorm in there on the southwest as well, just for everybody who was taking long-range shots at each other.
She's saying, calm down for a second. Calm down for a second.
Yeah, just ease up, ease back. Just relax for a bit. We saw Pichao. They've slowly made their way in on the south side of Leonis, and they're going to go ahead and post up just on the western side of that city. They got Toyo right behind them, though, so we'll have to keep an eye on BL. BL is the southernmost player for Pichao right now, looking off to the west, and there you go. Circle is going to hard shift off to the north, so all those teams that did play on the north side of the road to Los Leones feeling pretty good about themselves here.
Yeah, you could see that a lot of these teams were gambling on the potential for an MPL circle, and they are not going to get it. Now we have rent-free gas cans going to go ahead and make a shift coming in. Remember SSG and that big rotate that they made, just getting the emergency pickup. Now they're going to have to cross into a very compacted area to deal with. Sonic's already going to shift away from it, get a very strong compound with a lot of vision to play from. If you got to rotate near here, it is going to suck.
Yeah, not too bad. And this is Sonic's getting back together as a full 4-man squad in one compound a little bit quicker maybe than we've normally seen. So playing it a little bit more conservatively, a little bit more safe given this zone. They've got great position, as you said. So this could be them just settling up for the late game here. As TSM starting to wake their way past Chuma. I know that they're aware of Elevate. They hear the engines. They've taken the shots. The rest of the boys not quite there just yet. But they're still looking around. It looks like a few shots might have gotten sent back towards them as well. So gotta be careful about how free and clear they want to play it on those wide open hillsides.
It's getting a little bit nerve-wracking for me with Elevate and this split that they've got running. It is going to be EM3 making their way down that hillside, and you can see that with a lot of these teams now moving into the lower section of this hill, they can look up and spot a couple of these rotations that we could see coming out from Elevate. So it's kind of becoming a double-edged sword from the position that they were playing just a moment ago.
TSM playing that 2-2, got 2 inside the Church of Los, and keeping eyes on everything down to the south. And again, still expecting people to be on that north side of Chuma, but as we said, surprisingly, Chuma very empty this time around. So nobody going to be there. And Vox, how did Vox get stuck here? Vox stuck in Monty.
I don't know, but hey, Luna finally managed to make it in the circle, so welcome to the game, guys. Good seeing you. I'm picking on him. Late rotation is perfectly fine on Miramar. That's not even the worst of ideas, especially if you're very far to the north.
Absolutely not. Well, meanwhile, EM3, they've found themselves a little shanty, a little shack on the high ground, and they found themselves Oldless Face, as Shap2K will get that knock. Should be a fairly easy res, I would think, for Rent-Free. Honey Badger just kind of being the point man, waiting to see if anybody from EM3 peeks up over here. He's got some support from his boys, but, well, he had support from Oldless until Oldless took a bullet to the face.
Hey, that's support. I'm taking bullets for you, my man. See, that's the way it works. See, now you know exactly where he's at because I saw him shoot me.
There you go. Light work. Well, I like this position from UMace 3 because they've got, there's not a whole lot of high ground, right, in this circle, and they're kind of holding it down on the south side. They've got a lot of information about things that are going on beyond them, specifically with Rent-Free, and it looks like they're actually going to creep a little bit further away. I don't think Honey Badger knows that Glock and Magno are right there, but EM3 has even less of an idea that Honey Badger's there. He's got 2 grenades, so if he's feeling a little freaky, he could maybe throw one of those and see what he can hit, but it looks like for now he's just going to go ahead and hold it down.
This is a potential catastrophe if we see anything coming out. Honey Badger is going to go for a couple of shots or spots out the motorcycle in the distance, gets some damage, does not get the knock, but does force him back into Elevate's sightline. With those bullets, Elevate should be very aware that somebody's creeping back behind them, and now they're going to take the shots, and Punichi is going to get down on Magno.
Oh, from the compound. That was unfortunate there. I mean, that kill is 100% the fault of Honey Badger, really. Forced Magno to go into the line of sight of Elevate, and that's going to be one down for them as we see Toyo taking a little bit of a very late game E pickup here, but the circle is going to cut back hard to the south, favoring over Chuma. We'll see if Toyo can survive a little bit longer as Elevate Vegas is going to breeze right through that EM3 rotation.
Where is that emergency pickup going to go to is now, I guess EM3.
Ain't much. It's not great.
Yeah, I guess they're going to chase after the Sandstorm, try to use it for some cover. Not the worst idea, is now they're going to be getting very close to TSM. Still, Chuma Serra inside the circle. Nobody wants to deal with it. And uh-oh, Toyo, they're going to be landing right on top of Rent Free. A couple shots exchange. Oldless down again, but Emmy on the opposing side also going to go down.
Okay, big trade to start things. Oh, and immediately there, Bizzler and Gats find Benya and Pippa just back to back. So one down, one remaining for Toyo as they will go for the res onto Oldless. It looks like it's Danet. And yep, Honey Badger actually going to spot him. So very nicely cleaned up there by Rent Free. Toyo getting a little bit ambitious with the late game E pickups.
Yeah, that sometimes they can work, but I would say more often than not, we've seen him go kind of along those lines. H1 is down right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sonics get the res into that pretty cleanly. Yep, he's going to go ahead and get popped back up. So just some defending shots coming out. And this is kind of the vision that I was talking about with this compound. Just look at how much control Sonics has to just influence everything that's going to be going on around over here. Meanwhile, Gascans have bumped into SSG, going to pick up a couple of points and continue on their merry way, maybe even finding the other members of SSG.
Yeah, Gascan's actually flushing that Sonics knock. So Luna, ooh, nice shot from Haven, keeping Hikerman honest. Hikerman wants to keep taking shots at this, but he's got to be careful about over peaking. Penta, you can see him taking a little bit of blue damage as the rest of Gascan's coming and joining them. Luna just trying to survive. Haven actually outside of the vehicle, so he is just playing around in the ridges and the valleys and trying to survive. But it looks like Luna may have found themselves a spot here to play. It's not great, but they're alive. I mean, that's half the battle, Matt.
With as much open space as we have kind of over in the northeast, take what you can get at this point. Looks like it is going to be Rent Free getting themselves a longhouse. That way they can have it for Rent Free right now. Elevate going to be just up above them as they've been kind of bouncing around each other for quite a while. Here's kind of the lay of the land. Falcons in the center of the circle, as they are wont to do. They can read circles pretty well. Chuma did get some attention as now we do have Mercy and SSG over there. Gascan's going to be looking at it. Circle's going to continue to favor the Falcons, but really our Chuma boy is going to be in a bit of a scrap.
Look at this, Rent Free making the push into Elevate with two Panzers in hand. They are ready and wishing somebody would, as unfortunately they're not going to spot anybody.
I dare you to peek. That's what that says right now. And I mean, where do you go off of this one for right now? Gotta look, load up some ammo, switch it over, but now crest the hillside and you're just going to be a target. Elevate also looks like they might have scouted out that this compound right up next to Legacy is going to be open, so they're going to get that one for pretty rent-free as well.
Rent-free? I don't know about that. They got Legacy right on them, and it looks like they know that they're there, though. So they saw somebody or saw something. And look at this, immediately sending the mollies and going to make the push right in front. They're going to lose Shinboy. No knocks coming through just yet. Elevate. Oh, no. Vegas going to get spotted by Gizera. Groza in hand. The Spoon going to get picked off as Legacy just, oh, no. He said you had some confidence. Maybe you shouldn't have had as much as you had there.
That 2-2 push got instantly ripped apart. Legacy putting in some work. Monster putting in some work of his own. Gonna spot out Hikerman, drop on him on that peak real fast. But notice that Mercy is kind of surrounding all of this. So as this busts out, we might see this turn into a three-way fight really quick. But Gascan's gonna go down so fast, it's not gonna be allowed.
Little combination there of SSG and Mercy, and now Mercy going to turn their attention over towards SSG. Pixel will get spotted. Monster now the last player left alive for the boys, and he's got nothing left on the health bar. Okay, gets the heal off. He'll get back on his feet, but Mercy 4 strong. They would love to get another point off of this and clear out what's left of SSG, but the blue has arrived, so they've got to start thinking about getting into zone.
51 alive, make it 50, and it is getting scarier by the moment. Monster's got himself a motorcycle prepped and ready. Problem is, there are just opponents all around him. Flash is going to be coming out. Seifu looks like he really wants to make this push around. Looks like he's going to be waiting for it. Monster's going to get some damage on him, though. Mercy feels like they might be overstaying this one a bit too long, so trying to step away from it. You can see also down in the bottom corner, Luna trying to defend up, throwing some stuff out. Seifu, you can see taking a lot of blue zone damage on this one. This might come at a really big cost. Monster's just kind of waiting this one out, and Mercy's taking a lot of tick damage.
Yeah, those blue zone backpacks going down real quick at this point in the game. So Seifu thought he could stick around a little bit longer. Unfortunately for him, it is just too much damage coming through. Should be able to get with the rest of the boys, but you know, as you can see, just chain healing right now. His monster is still alive. You gotta have trust in your teammates at this point to cover you from the other side of the street here as we check back in with Rent Free and Luna. Luna had that wide open position down in the hills and the valleys. They've only taken one knock right now, though.
But Mercy's positioning now, as they creep up on this, they're going to spot out every part of this firefight. It's going to be really dangerous to peek as they're going to profile up there. The circle did shift just a bit more to the north, so Mercy wants to get some work into it, but notice there's a creeping Purdy Curdy pretty close to this one as well. Looks like he might be hungry and realize that there are a couple of things that he could try to pick up as well.
Yeah, Mercy just, they're focusing in on Rent Free because that's the safer peak really at this point. As soon as Seifu peeked over the side of that ridge line, the Kraken put a couple in his dome. Luna still alive, still 4 up here somehow as Elevate, you can see actually Space Station going to get eliminated there. Lucid actually going to find Monster finally. It took a while, but Mercy looking pretty good here. They've got high ground. They've still got to get into the next zone, but they've got 6 kills in the bag already, Matt.
6 kills is going to be good. Can they make the cross down? They're trying to send it. Luna's going to go ahead and get some retaliation back. And he's racking, getting the knock on to Seifu. See Mercy realizing there's no easy way to make it down, at least getting some shots in, but now we're going to start to see Rent Free come alive in the background. TSM already lined up in a defensive position. Lucid at least managed to make it into the circle. There is a crossfire. Luna's got nowhere to go, but I mean, nowhere really for Mercy to go either. You can see that they're just kind of stacked up on this one. They're about to have to make a send down that hillside again, and that is going to be hard to do.
It's going to be rough. Pachal actually on the move as well, coming in from the southeast. As, okay, and a Maniac's getting crashed here by Bestia, and Bestia just feasting right now. Sharpshot the only one to go down is XXZ, or Triple X Zig. There we go, that's what it is. I was trying to figure out what his name was, man. It's too many letters, but we got it. Zig will eventually go down, so T-Plent's the last player alive, just as long as that smoke will allow him to be. Sonics may do a little damage to Pachal.
They did. I mean, if you heard the car horn honk in retaliation for bullets being thrown in his direction, he's like, yeah, I see ya. Just kind of rolls back over, meets back up with his teammates, gets himself a shack. TSM manages to make it in the circle. Posa trying to creep his way in, but looks like Lucid's going to hold it back. Legacy holding down a big section of the west, though, Boro.
Man, that southwest fight was brutal. I mean, between TSM, Luna, and Mercy, there's just not much left to be had. TSM coming out really the victor. They have the whole south side of themselves. VHC gonna just kind of be keeping eyes on the south there as Postal will get taken down. But TSM, man, they're just, look at Luke. Luke's just finding everything right now.
He's got so much vision and control to work with time being. Specifically, it's going to be EM3 as the target. The smokes are going to go down to defend it just a bit, but I'm kind of curious. It feels like while Falcons have gotten the circle, I don't think that they've been able to get a lot of kills at this point. It looks like they're just going to be definitely playing for placement, as that hillside positioning is going to kind of block out a lot of these firefights. So a lot of these are kind of intercontained amongst themselves, as the Chow is just going to get picked apart from every other angle around them, as even the shack not going to be safe.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. I mean, the double blue zone is, you know,
it hurt.
What can you do? What can you do? You gotta move. You can't stay in it. You can't out heal it. So Sonic's cleaning that up pretty effectively and efficiently. And 4 strong, but the majority, the lion's share of the circle on the other side of the road. So we'll have to see if Sonic's decide to hold on to that north side of the road any longer, or if they try to see if they can maybe find a foothold early on. While TSM still coming from that south side.
We got a recessing hillside right down into that road, and that's going to be kind of the dividing line between a lot of what's going to be going on. That's why TSM wants to kind of get control over this area, wants to make sure that Shap is not going to be a problem for him. Like, they're going to go ahead and nade on the opposing side, make sure that there's nobody that's going to be over there. But poor old Shap is just hiding in the rocks right now, and that is a good place for a rat to be, and that is a weak point for TSM. He might be able to pop up if anything bad happens to TSM in this next circle shift.
Yeah, TSM just kind of Seeing if they can maybe steal something away from Bestia, but Shap on the move, as you said. And Shap's gonna find Sparking. Can he get the knock and the flush? He tries to, but doesn't. And there you go. Okay, Alo will clean that up. Sparking should be able to get back on his feet once again. And here we go. Legacy versus Spam in the field, or in the ditches. Spam kind of taking, actually getting shot at from Sonics as well. So this is opening up a nice little door here for Legacy. LFP, where are you going, my friend?
He's got a goal, man, and he accomplishes it. Now going to creep into this one. Legacy with authority taking this dip. Sonic's providing some covering fire and is also going to get some shots onto LFP and get the knock onto him, but he should be resable down in that recess. Sonic's getting control pretty much of all of the Northeast. As you can see, the Tickleton's going to be playing into that Legacy line. The rest of Sonic's now going to be looking at Bestia. Bestia's trying to cross the road, and they're moving right into TSM, while Purdy Curdy was already trying to eye the Falcons' positioning, so this is a bit of a weakened position for TSM to be playing from.
They absolutely had to. I mean, Bestia, they couldn't stay on that north side anymore because Sonics had such good position on them. They had to make the decision to try to go for the cross right now. Fortunately, TSM got their dancing boots on. They are avoiding every single one of those blue zone grenades. Sparking staying alive here, and the TSM still 4 strong, 6 kills already, but nobody's gone down for Bestia. You got to imagine Sonics have to have an angle on this at some point.
I mean, there is so much smoke down right now. You can see TSM trying to maneuver, trying to make sure that they keep their cover up and good. Bestia wants to creep up, but remember, that is a pretty steep incline directly into TSM, so it feels real scary. But Sonic's back behind you, going to make it scary by the moment. There's a little bit of a tree, a little bit of a hill that's going to be just in front of Sonic's that's slowing them down for the time being. And you can see this is what Bestia is working with. There's just the road, there's just the smokes that TSM has lined up, so Bestia wants to try to get something out of it. They're trying to fend off this angle, at least force a Sonics away. The circle does pop, TSM is in it, Bestia is not, and Sonics are nipping at their heels.
Oh man, Sonic's in a real tough spot now, because they have to cross the street, but Bestia has to push into TSM. They're going to go ahead and send it. Utility coming through. DraftKings will find Sparking. That'll be the first knock, but now he's getting shot in the back from Shrimsy, and another grenade's going to land just shy. Gets 2 of them with Luke 12, as now it's Silzen and DraftKings, the last 2. Silzen has no HP. DraftKings doesn't either. The blue zone grenade should do the job, and that is going to be it for Bestia, but TSM, they lost Sparking. They might be able to get Alo back on his feet, but Purdy Curdy's on the clock.
Yeah,
you see Falcons starting to push.
They wanted that. They wanted to get a piece of it, but Purdy is doing a great job at holding them back. Sonic's going to come up. Looks like they're after a weakened TSM, realizing there's some points to be had. Big nade's going to land right on top of them. And now TSM is in a lot of trouble. Sonics had no easy cross, but once Bestia went down, they could just walk in right back behind him and pick up all of this. Everybody's playing against the edge. Now the question is, what is Legacy going to do? It looks like they might be eyeing making a rotation in a similar pathing. Is Sonic's going to read this? Information's coming back. Sonic spins back away from this one, spots it out. Vehicles, Shrimsy already rolling in, and now Legacy has to stop out just in front of the safe zone in an open territory with everybody got eyes on them.
That's a great spot by Sonics, though, to see that Legacy was coming in from the backside. They immediately pull back, and Falcon's going to do them a little bit of favors here by taking these shots at VHZ and Gizera, so they can't just free peek shots into the backside of Sonics right here. VHZ, I don't even know if he knows that the Kickstart and Shrimsy are there. Kickstart, that should be an easy grenade. Gizera going to try to send one in return, but it's going to go a little long.
Just a bit too far, and now Legacy is going to have to continue their press in. They are not in the safe zone. TSM finally gets eliminated. It's going to be Rello that spots him out. Legacy, how are you going to focus in on this one? They want to try to get some type of control, but there's none to be had. This is the bad side of the circle to play from. This is why Sonics were trying to move away from it, but Sonics picking apart Legacy for their hubris of trying to sneak in back behind them. Legacy just getting harassed off of it. Now Falcons, with the cover and the control on the opposing front, coming alive, finding the angles, starting to get the knocks.
I mean, in fairness to Legacy, there was no real other play. They really had to get all 4 down here, and they needed that fight to go in their way, but it's just not going to happen. Tig's going to go ahead and donate his point over to the blue zone, and Falcons will get the win here in game number 2 with 8 kills.
Late game in the first one, managing to pick up some kills inside of this one as well, walking away with the win. This is going to feel really good for the Falcons. You said you were a bit worried about them coming into it. 2,000 damage. A lot of control. Yes, they have managed to navigate the Miramar circles pretty well while getting some circle love. But you can see that they're at least managing to get some kills out of it.
Hey man, look, we call it what it is. They got circle up. They got blessed, but they still got 8 kills on it, and they still got the win. So you know you can get circle luck all you want, but you got to do something with it. Falcons does so here. They're going to go ahead and most likely climb into the lead overall in terms of the leaderboard. But you know, job's not done. There's still a lot of games left to play, Matt.
3 days of action. We've got 6 games per day. We're going to be waiting for the leaderboard to pop up in just 1 second to kind of give us an overall view of what was going to be happening. And see, it's going to be Falcons walking around with 18 points. Legacy back behind them with 10 kills. They're going to make sure that they get themselves that 3rd place position for 15. Sonics 8 and 14 altogether. TSM, while they had to deal with a lot of pinches coming their way at that late game, still going to feel pretty good about walking away with 11.
Yeah, that top 4 right there, I've got to feel is those are the teams that are playing the best right now in this lobby. At least through the first 2 games, they look confident, they look comfortable, and they're just playing the game that's in front of them. Falcons obviously getting a little bit of circle love here in these first 2 games, but Legacy, Sonics, TSM have been looking real strong so far here. Bestia as well. Bestia a little bit further down on that leaderboard, but they've been looking really good so far.
3-way tie for first right now, 26 points apiece between Falcons, Bestia, and Sonics. Right back behind them is going to be Legacy at 19. TSM going to be following them back behind that. Pachal, Mercy also going to be tied, and then Rent Free down behind that one. It's still the early game in this one, so if you are on the right side of the leaderboard, worry not. You still have plenty of action you're going to be looking for, but that is going to be it for our Miramar for the day, as I believe now we make our way over to Tego.
Oh, I love it. Let's go over to Tego, and that's where it starts getting freaky, man. You don't know what to expect from Tego. Now, these guys, I think, are getting a lot more comfortable with Tego, a lot more familiar with the rotation pass, all that stuff. So we'll see what they bring for us here today.
Well, we got Tego to get ready for, so we're going to run to a quick break, and we will be back in just a few minutes. Make sure you stay tuned.
Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take
Back moving into game number 3 on Tego, leaving Miramar behind in the dust as it is quite dusty there. And we were just talking about allergies and everything else like that. Let's get that away from us.
Yeah, we'll move on from that. We'll move on from the dust, and we'll head to the definitely not allergy having forests and fields and flowers of Tego.
Do rice paddies have allergens? I'm gonna have to look that up
if they did, I'm sure one of us would be allergic to them.
Probably. I mean, yeah. Who knows? But we'll have to see. Chat will let us know on somebody else. But we are going to be moving over into our game in just 1 second. We've kind of gotten some spicy opening games, some reoccurring names, as you were talking about, Poro, where we're seeing kind of towards the end of it. No surprise that we're seeing Sonics. Falcon's doing a really good job. You hinted at the very end of it. Bestia has been pretty impressive to me as well. Not stellar yet, but they're doing a very good job on reading circles and circle maneuvers, specifically in the later stages of the game. And I often find that to be like the key indicator of success in a long form tournament like this.
No, for sure. I mean, the first of all, the fact that they managed to keep 3 alive into the late game, into game 1 was huge. And then this second game was decent as well. I mean, they're winning fights. They've got 13 kills so far. I mean, they're fragging. They're looking good. So, I think a lot of the teams that we were kind of wondering, like, what kind of form are they going to come into? So far, so good. Nobody's looking like they're making any slip ups just yet. I think the worst case scenario probably is Gas Cans, who went out very early in game number 1, did manage to avoid the hot drop in game number 2, but only managed to collect 2 points for themselves afterwards. So we'll see if they can turn things around here with the last 4 games.
Well, this is a breathe a sigh of relief, as it looks like we are kind of shifted away from the island on plane path, as I know that the rotations around the island for the later stages drive a lot of the players insane. So instead, we're going to get a bit more of the open area around the rice fields to work with, have a couple of good options to deal with, but it feels like I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of late drops specifically around that Hosan area, Songham, just to go ahead and get your back against the wall. This could be a bit chaotic with so many teams that are kind of X factors that we don't know how they're going to handle this. So safety might be what a lot of these teams lean into.
I just don't want to see. Well, first of all, we got Pachao and Toyo, or half of Toyo on the north side. Doesn't look like they're hot dropping, but it looks like maybe Benya getting a little bit close. Maybe hopping for a vehicle. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and get a vehicle. Yeah, going to go ahead and get that and get on out. But I can we just not have a swamp circle? Like, I've seen, it's a brand new map, and I feel like half the circles that I've seen on this is swamp.
This is why I love you. You're my brain. I was specifically looking down there, and I was like, there's a pretty decent chance that we can end up going down to swamp yet again. It does feel like this tends to go that direction. No, instead, we're going to get a very weird circle. Notice that red line? That's all unplayable, so this is going to be up against the zone wall.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong percentage of that circle that's unplayable right now. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, as you said. But Bestia, taking a look at them. Who are they shooting at? They're shooting at Spam. Spam doing the long drop over by the fishing camp. Doesn't look like they're going to land anything, but yeah, so I'm looking, like you said, the red line down there at the bottom. But look how many teams we've got kind of west and south here. I'm curious as to how many are going to take that big road down towards Studio and try to play from the south and just work their way up to the north.
I mean, you can just lean up against the zone wall and fight your way back out. TSM is a team that I've really got my eyes on how they're going to handle the circle where they're playing from Mungsaksa. It's good for now, but they know that that's going to be a compression point. A lot of the teams are going to be trying to rotate in through there because it's so close to the edge wall. So what do they do? Since they get essentially priority in rotation if they wanted it, they could kind of go wherever they want. So I want to know where they think is going to be good, because this is kind of their home territory.
Sure, yeah, I would think that if I'm TSM right here, I'm thinking like, where can I position myself that sets me up nicely for later on in the game, but also sets me up to maybe take advantage of some teams making rotations down here into this southeastern side that they may not be as familiar with. Maybe we can position ourselves to do a little campy camp, maybe get some early points, just start fighting a little bit more. I mean, you saw early in the game, last game, they're not afraid to get aggressive early on and kind of take shots at anything that comes near them. So right now already they're leaving Bangsaksa, heading over towards Oyang, where EM3 is still kind of driving around and trying to figure out how they want to position themselves.
Yeah, Oyong seems like that was the direction that they wanted to go for. So now that they're aware that somebody's kind of playing along this hill is pretty strong. It's got a lot of little mini ridges inside of it, and that's going to be why we do see EM3 that was playing the opposing side of it. Sonic's going to go with a different strategy. They're just going to go ahead and pick up an emergency pickup, and it looks like they might be going for that zone wall play, as Falcons are also going to be running right up against the zone wall. Legacy moving in. Look, all of our usual contenders with a very fast, specifically like armed pickup, and then rotate into the circle as quick as you can. I love it.
Ain't got time to waste no time, Matt. We got to get in, get ready, especially in a circle like this, where, you know, I have a feeling Sonics is not going to be the last team that we see make an pickup over here. But you can see already, just like you said, just kind of favoring a little bit more towards that unplayable wall. I'm curious if the Falcons are actually going to see Sonics dropping in front of them from where they are. They might have just been out of range.
Going to be rolling up pretty close as they peek up. They might see them running, but they're going to see him pick up a vehicle, but that's going to be about it. H1 doing a long drop. He really wants studio. That is the beeline that he is making right now. Elevate going to go ahead and hop into their helicopter as well and take off. They're going to be going right over Oyang. So we'll see where they opt into dropping out from. Meanwhile, we also do have Luna that's going to be rolling up right back behind a couple of members of Legacy, who's running a very wide 2-2 split.
Ooh. Okay, this is getting real interesting now, as you see Falcons has Legacy right there, but then you had Sonics were starting to work back towards Studio off of that H-Win long drop, but now they're starting to pull back towards Kickstart, and Elevate just dropped on top of them. And you throw in SSG, who Pixel is their scouter. He's starting to come in from the south side here. So Elevate may have taken that pickup about 30 seconds too late.
This is a great example. We often talk about like great minds think alike. Everybody has the same idea to kind of get down in this corner as close as you can and get as safe as possible. But now you have all of these really strong squads thinking the exact same thing. So it became one of the most dangerous places to be at.
And it looks like Falcons are going to go ahead and kind of pull back to the east and the north on that side. Sonic's going to opt for the 2-2 split. They'll leave Kick and Shrimsy in that compound. They're safe where they're at. Pixel looks like he's still trying to find a spot for the rest of SSG. Meanwhile, Elevate, they get lucky and they pull down. As all that stuff was going on, they somehow managed to get all four down there. They got vehicles and they got a little bit of a spot to play a 2-2 with. So we'll see how close SSG gets there. Then you got the rest of the boys coming in on that south side, Rent Free and A4A slowly coming in on that unplayable wall. So a lot of teams, Matt, opting to go very, very south or play it close to that unplayable section.
I'm very curious on where Yakko Wacko and Dot are going to opt into stopping at, as they kind of have their eyes set on the studio. Where's
Rent Free going?
Yeah, we've got a lot of teams looking that way. I don't know. Maybe they water.
Like half of Rent Free is going east, half of them are going west. Where are they going? I don't know. They're driving a real long way for a new vehicle if that's what they're looking for. I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But here you go. There's your Yakko, Wacko, and Dot reference. I don't think anybody in this has any idea about the Animaniacs anymore.
Dude, they name themselves the Animaniacs. That's not on me. I have to make the reference as I see it.
I think we're past our time on the Animaniacs stuff. I don't think anybody's going to get the ref.
Hulu brought him back like 2 years ago. Fine.
Oh no, Capitan. Oh, Capitan, he just wanted a new vehicle. That's it. He plants. Oh, he can't land the last shot. Capitan getting away. Barely. I wanted to say it, and then of course T-Plants takes 2 more shots, and I was like, okay, he's about to get busted, isn't he? But hey, man, he's landing these though. That mini doing work for him.
I was expecting to cover the top of the hillside as well, Poro. So this is, I mean, they were harassed for a big section of their rotation in, so they're going to go ahead and kind of get some retaliation back as Bestia with this kind of Bestia. I don't know, kind of what they're looking at for this kind of setup that they're doing is Rent Free. Are they finally regrouping? The other 2 members coming back? I feel like this is one of those moments where somebody said, all right, guys, we're going west when they meant east. And so the other 2 were like, gotcha, boss, and just went west.
Great comms. That would be the comms that happen in my games. But okay, so FCC, you see the Spoon just swap a vehicle and move on. And Seifu You're all by yourself here. Do you take shots? Do you play it
Safe.
safe? Do you keep quiet? The rest of your team not really in a position to help you out, but it doesn't look like he's going to be put in that position. So Spam just going to pull away from the city itself and narrowly avoid. Yeah, so yeah, take shots at the last guy. That's the play.
That's the brave way to play it, right? You know, like,
Yeah.
I have complete and utter faith in my aim. I'm going to shoot the last guy.
Well, I mean, look, this is
Seifu's
good for
I'm
Mercy.
just joking.
Yeah, no, oh, absolutely, no. We've seen Seifu pop off like a freak before, so, but yeah, they've got a nice little spot there holding down the south side of the city. Looks like Animaniacs will find a place to call home within the circle here as we wait this last minute before we see where that next pop is going to take us. As T-Plent's sitting there, the air feels fresher. The water tastes better because of how close he got to death getting that car.
Everything is now, it's new, and it's a
Yeah.
new experience to deal with. Meanwhile, Crates, Amy just going shopping. He's got bargain bin galore over there to work from. See if he can pick out anything good to work around. Toyo in no real rush to deal with anything that's around him, as they're pretty free over here for right now. I mean, they've got a team down to the south of them, but that's going to be about it. Not even really looking in this direction.
Oh man, take that time. Get you some presents. As yeah, I mean, you got Pippa watching your south side. They'll keep an eye on where you want to go next. Circle's just kind of slowly making its way in. Pachow getting a little bit close to gas cans, and look at this. Okay, hard south again. SSG. They sent Pixel to do the scout, and look, they were all ready to go, and they're like, well, I feel like we got to go somewhere, don't we?
I mean, gas prices right now, dude. You got to make sure you conserve that gas. Hop back in the vehicles, park them up against the wall. Wait, Sonics were also prepped up for a 2-2 split, getting ready to gun it. Now it looks like they're going to regroup. The North, obviously, honestly, rotating pretty clean. Nobody bumping into each other just yet. TSM is going to be making a run right across that hillside. Ouyang's going to get a lot of attention, but you can see even EM3 is going to rotate pretty close to them. Spam going to be back behind them. No big firefight happening just yet. Legacy spots out a few, but that's about the only passing shots we saw in all of that.
Yeah, the Legacy's going to have some free farming here, but it's going to be from range as TSM slowly making their way in. They've got Luna right behind them. They've got EM3 right in front of them, and they have got guns ready to blaze as Glock's going to pull right into the gas station, and he's going to go down instantly. Luke 12 will find him. Alo will find Shap. Tiggleton will steal one from Sam Crow, and yeah, unfortunately for EM3, they are just getting eaten alive.
You my. That one did not go as well as they
More
were
like
hoping for it.
you buy, am I right?
There we go. I was going for that.
There it is.
My, but I don't know if it... all right. So looks like Spam going to be in some trouble. Bestia going to be playing the opposing hillside away from him. Bestia running a pretty solid split with a lot of coverage to work from. They can kind of assist each other, but if a hard push comes out from this one, it can get a little bit scary. So it looks like they might be opting into a bit... Nope. Instead, they're going to go from a 2-2 to a 2-1-1. Got it.
Yeah, I think the issue was that they were in that spot and they felt safe from Spam, but I think that Sonics might have had an angle on them as well, so they couldn't really play around it in the way that they wanted to. So they're just going to go ahead and pull off of it. Benyo, meanwhile, we saw Toyo getting all those juicy presents. Well, one of those presents was a P90, and Benya is leading the way here. We'll see if Mercy can survive the push. That grenade just going to land a little bit short of PWD, and no knocks coming through just yet. Everybody just trying to find the first person to peek. Who's it going to be?
Being inside the vehicle, it's going to reveal a little bit of sound. But I mean, there are some covered points to play from. It looks like Mercy doesn't want to have anything to do with this one. Toyo, I mean, leading the way. They've got the good gun to make it happen. Benya's not gonna spot out
PWD and two
enough.
roses. That's not what you want pushing into you.
Very.
It's nasty. Well, okay. Luna's. They are aware that Gas Cans is here, right? Are both of these teams aware that they look at Luna? I'm looking at Luna's little Doritos, and they're pointing, looking off south, and Gas Cans' little Doritos are pointing, looking off north. I don't know if these two know that each other are there.
Well, there are shots coming their direction, but I haven't seen either one shoot yet. I mean, Draken keeps eyeing that direction as well as Vox, so I'm thinking that something had to be revealed, but nobody just wants to crest that hillside yet. And this is one of those, okay, we're going to be just unruly neighbors, and just you stay over there, don't throw anything on my side of the fence, life's going to be good until we have to rotate.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're looking just in case somebody goes, but I don't think they've spotted anything. Either way, they're dead center circle, so I mean, it's not terrible. But okay, I think Luna must have spotted somebody because now you can see all their Doritos are pointing off north, but Gascan's not really aware just yet. The new circle does pop. It's going to donut pretty nicely there. It just barely touches that unplayable line.
Ciao. That's going to be
the
pretty
north
close
side
to Legacy. Legacy doesn't want it though.
I mean, like Legacy doesn't want anything in the first 3 circles, man, unless it just absolutely hands itself over. Legacy will try to avoid that as long as they can. They'll wait till the late game to really start getting involved, and boy, when they decide to get involved, they will get involved. So they'll just go ahead and play from the edge, let Pachau go ahead and move through those wide open fields, and now Legacy has a pretty good idea of where to expect shots to come from if they go south.
Thanks, Pachau. We appreciate all of your hard work for us. As
Exactly.
It looks like they've got control over Ho Young. They're going to be continuing creeping down. They're sitting at 3 kills right now. Pachau, it looks like they have found somewhere to stop for now, but it's pretty close to Bestia. Pachau is going to have some trouble in this rotation as it is going to be easily picked up from Sonics as Biel is going to go down. But now, where are you going to go? You're going to send it down. Bestia is going to go and spot out. Sharpshot's going to go ahead and take down and 1, and it's going to be continuing to fall. Bestia picking up kill after kill.
Yeah, Bestia in a nice little spot there to take advantage of any unsuspecting victims who try to make a last-minute crash there. Fakesing gonna get picked out by FCZZ, and
Just
now
let the
it's
child stop somewhere.
just down to Santa. That's all he's got. Santa by himself. It feels bad.
No reindeer, no nothing.
Nothing. No, nothing at all. Well, Spam, it looks like Spam actually has a little bit of an angle here on the long range guys from Bestia, but they don't know that Capitan is right there. But Capitan doesn't look like he's got any major offensive utilities. So far, it's just been flashes sent in that direction. So, given how close that Bestia is to Spam right here, Bestia is really just kind of playing it very, very cautiously. And then this was the problem, right? This was the problem, that Sonics had that angle onto them. And it's not letting them play it as fast and loose as they'd like to.
Bestia wants this. They're hungry right now, and they want to crest that hillside, but Sonic's position is just blocking them off. And you can see that they're trying to find an opportunity to work with. They've got a couple of smokes, but I think that they want to conserve them. I can only see like 3 on each player right now, so this is way too early to burn a lot of those just to make this push.
And that's, like you saw, Sills has got 3 grenades, or well, 2 grenades now, but you know what's on the other side of that hill, right? So you could send all those grenades over in that direction, but Spam, I mean, all they got to do is walk in the door and they're fine. So it's like you kind of don't want to waste them on that either. So they'll just be uncomfortable neighbors, as we mentioned earlier, between Gascans and Luna, who still haven't discovered each other. Well, I'd say that, and now here come the grenades.
Starting to throw them out. 2 members from Spam navigating and surviving well. The circle did pop.
Yato's
It's going to be
find
north
one,
of this one. Bestia really wants more, but yeah, with Capitan going down, that's going to slow this one down quite a bit. Spam getting a bit more, I guess, bold in their peaks back over to Bestia right now. With the way that the circles pop, though, Sonics, Luna, Gas Cans, Legacy, TSM, and Toyo pretty good. Everybody else is going to be running for dips.
I mean, look at this. You can see Sonics is just begging them to get involved in a fight with each other. Like, they want a third party this so bad. Pause here before we get back into it. And, yeah, I mean, the hard north shift, man, that was, I think, unexpected for a lot of these teams.
Well, it just moves into the outskirts of Ouyang, and we all talk about on the cities, you know, there's often like this kind of dead area around them where there's just not a lot of cover. That's going to be where a lot of these teams are going to be trying to make something happen. Instead, you can see squads going to be trying to lean into this hillside as it's got some cover to work with, but we were talking about it. Gas Cans, Luna, they're already up at the top of this wood, just waiting for somebody to make a move.
Oh, look at that. Yatsu down to 1 HP yet again. Spam just refuses to die, man. It's been Sonics, it's been Bestia, now it's going to be Animaniacs, but Spam just surviving right now. And just they're making it everybody's problem here. As somehow Bestia still has utility. And yep, goodbye, son. There will go down to the sharp shot grenade. Nobody there to really try to do anything to get that revive. So Andrew and Yato just going to have to survive, as then they've got the problem of Animaniacs on the south side now, and there's again Sonic's just shooting at him from range. So Bestia, what do you do? What's your next move? I guess they have the very, very edge of the circle that they can still play in.
And they've got some bars to work with. They can potentially crest the hillside as well, so they can be a bit more patient with this one. The question is, you're talking about it, Spam can kind of survive for forever. Can they continue to do so? Can they live up to their name? Spam is supposed to be nigh immortal. Can they crest back in and find a way to make this one work?
We had a brief technical delay there, as you saw Falcons were making a push right into the middle of gas cans, and they're going to lose Rello right off the bat. He hasn't been flushed just yet. He might still be salvageable, as Flood gets the heal off just in time. That follow-up grenade almost did it. Roth going to go down to RBN, as the top part of this hill was just not the place to play. Legacy pushing in from the north side, they're having some problems as well, as Pentalol just, I think, the last one up here for Gaskin. No, Vox is still alive as well.
This is just going to be so hard to navigate along this, I guess, eastern part of this hill. Everybody's going to be leaning into it. We've got Rent Free that's going to be back behind Falcons, who are trying to just use these two rocks, but there's no good cover to be had just off the repositions coming out. New circle's going to pop, still going to favor the top of this hillside, so the south is going to have to continue to make some moves. Sonic's going to finally have to move, and all of our Ouyang squad's going to also have to move into that very wide open area. If they opt into wrapping to the north, they're going to have to deal with shots from gas cans, Luna, and then bump into a very entrenched Legacy.
God, what a brutal circle, especially with 46 alive still, as we see a few more going down. Spam will go down eventually here, as Sonics will take down what's left of him. I think Rello now the last player left. It's hiding behind the rocks, as Rent Free wants every single bit of this. They're going to push in. The Blue Zone grenades doing a little bit of work, see how long the smokes can keep Rello alive, as Bizzler is just thirsty, man. He is hungry. He wants it. He wants the whole meal.
Well, the longer that we can see Rello stay alive, that means that more potential firefights could happen on the outskirts of this, maybe a knock or two. But Rent Free's doing a good job of playing right along the smoke line, not really opening themselves up to Legacy just quite yet. And it looks like the northern part of the hillside is going to be where we saw a hefty push come out, and now we're going to have to deal with the Ouyang squads trying to run into Legacy. Gazera's going to be down, talking some shots back over to Toyo. Can't quite find the angle just yet, but Legacy looks like they're going to commit into the res and should be able to get it.
This hill is going to be full of vegetation in the next season, as it has been watered by the blood of so many fallen PUBG players. Rent Free, I think they've just kind of hit the brakes. They've realized that they pushed in to just an insane situation on this hill, and somehow, some way, they're one of the only teams not getting shot at. So they're thinking, okay, we're still 4 strong, we've got 3 kills, this is madness up here, we're not getting shot at right now, so maybe let's just be chill, let's go ahead and take out Rello. Easily done. Bizzler will do the honors there. Luna, for all Luna's issues, they've still got 4 alive. They were one of the first teams up here. Remember, it was Luna and Gas Cans. Luna will play in the south side, and Luna's managed to keep all 4 players alive and still hold on to this spot. But now they got Sonics pushing in.
They've got Sonics, they've got Animaniacs, they've got Elevate. Well, okay, they don't have Animaniacs anymore.
They've
got a lot of squads that are coming after them at this point, so can they continue to hold? They've got the cover pieces. There are some very strong cover pieces to play from the top of this hill. The problem is the third-party potential. This is very, very open, and really, if you don't see gas cans hold back Rent Free could have an angle into the backside of it.
Well, that's the thing, is you got the south side of this hill, and then you got the north side of this hill. It's 2 pretty separate, distinctly separate fights. As it looks like Sonics, they're pulling off of this. They don't really want this. It's too much of a pain in the butt to try to dislodge Luna from their hardcover positions. So Elevate, I think, realizing the same thing. Page did just take a few shots over towards Despoon, so that might be it for SSG here, if they can find that kill, as the circle will go ahead and donut up once again. And yeah, it's down to when it popped last time, it was 46. Now it's 26.
This is going to be very difficult for anybody to survive through. We've got Mercy and TSM that are trying to control the north.
Oh, no!
Page gets the shot onto Vegas. Shinboy gets the nade back. And now everybody from Elevate has to run down and get the reses.
Luna.
This is going to be a problem. But Luna can't really move from their position. They're still worried about Sonics.
They're doing it. They're sending two down. I think they saw the kill feed.
No.
They heard the Panzerfaust. They know what's going on. TSM was in a little bit of a nice position here. I believe they're trying to send the mortars on over. They've got a little bit of a ridge line that they can play with, and they managed to land one right on top of Vox, but it didn't get the kill. So Vox staying alive here for gas cans, getting him a little bit more position. And Luna, they were just a little too slow. Elevate able to get back up to full strength.
Hey, Luna, you should know where they're at. You should hear how they're cresting through. Sonics are going to get the knock on to Seifu. Remember that Mercy was trying to come in from the Ouyang area just a moment ago. So, Luna Galaxy, you are the moving factor if you want to be it. You've got control at the top with the two. What do these other two want? Because Elevate looks like they might want to sweep this angle, and that's going to be Zraken waiting for that to happen. Luna's going to take the shots. That means he's going to try to step forward. Luna Galaxy looks like they're playing the lower side of the hill. They're trying to creep around back behind this one, but Elevate just playing this one, constantly shifting hills time and time again, not giving him an opening.
Yeah, I feel like Luna maybe they only wanted to commit two to this, and a little 2v4, and yeah, right off the bat, Shinboy is going to find Vinny, and that opens up a big old door here. As TSM, they're just going to go ahead and send right into Gascade. They do find Vox. Okay, but now Elevate, they're going to get traded back, so Haven will start getting involved. Nice spray from Vegas will get Haven a little bit low. Doesn't get the knock, though, but Shinboy now going down. It's a Kraken and Haven. They want the whole thing here from Elevate. To Spoon, the last player alive, is going to work around the edges of that UAZ, waiting for his teammate to come and probably try to... Oh, Sonics ate the whole box of Wheaties this morning, and they want everything from Luna. They're going to go ahead, and I think that's the Kraken, the last player alive. 1v1 with the Spoon. He'll go down to the blue, but that's it for Luna Galaxy.
TSM rotating right into the thick of it. Vehicles galore, just trying to get some knocks and some kills, but they've taken some on their own opposing side, and that is going to be rent-free at 7 kills, wanting to make it more, trying to push into TSM sightlines. Sonics also is now starting to get control over that hillside since Luna Galaxy passed it up. So this has become rent-free, and Sonics at the top. It's a King of the Hill match with everybody else trying to work their way up it.
I mean, Sonics is absolutely friggin' farming right now. They are... I'm not sure how many kills they have. I know it's at least 10. It might be up to about 15 at this point. Rent-free, they would love to be able to clean out what's left of TSM to spray through the smoke, and Oldest will get it. TSM goes down in 4th. Rent-free looking pretty sexy as well. 8 kills, and they've got the, I believe that, what is that, the northern side of the circle. Mercy somehow, some way, still staying alive here.
But you see no helmets on one of them. This
it ain't
is
great,
this
but
is
they're
problem.
alive.
They're alive. They're in top 3, and they're going for peaks over stacked cars behind a rock, not even inside the zone. So we're about to be down to a 4v4 between Sonics and Rent-Free. The guys that got the top of the hillsides, as we were talking about how strong they are, you can see that they're now starting to flex back over towards each other. That might be a boon for Mercy if there's enough of distraction. H1 getting a knock on the Gats could be that distraction.
8 kills for Shrimsy right now, 14 overall for the team. H-Win, the only player with none, but you know what? He's still cute, so it's okay. Gats, they're not going to be able to get that revive, so Rent-Free just going to go ahead and reposition, try to find a better spot. There you go, H-Win gets his kill.
Mercy's creeped up back behind us with Kickstart now shifting over. Mercy's gotten to this hill. They still have to creep back in, but it looks like Kickstart's already gotten the read on what's going to be going on. He's had to drop down. He knows where they're going to be approaching from. So now, Mercy, you've kind of put yourself back into the meat grinder and provided an opportunity for Rent-Free to kind of reposition on this one, kind of catch their breath.
Yeah, Sonics is going to hold on to these rocks as long as they possibly can. Keep sending the smokes down. They would love to be able to just focus all their attention towards one and then turn it over towards the other. So the smoke's going to try to prevent them from at least cut off sight lines for the time being. Meanwhile, that's a nice little spot there for Bizzler and Oldless. Rock right in the center of the circle, so this is a pretty good position here for Rent-Free. Oh, nice grenade kick.
Gonna be walking it up. Got the knock. It should be going for the flush right now. Sneak attack on the opposing side of this one. The last one up for Mercy. Trying to see if he can hit some utility, but that's just kind of revealing position. It's going to throw some counter utility out. Should be able to spot him just a second. Hasn't connected, but the bullets will connect. So now Sonics looking down onto Rent-Free's new position as Oldest trying to rotate, gets spotted out, and he's going to go down, and the car is going to at least try to rejoin the other members of Rent-Free.
Oh, it was looking like a good position, and then they tried to get a little bit of a flank angle, and now Bizzler the last one, and yep, that's going to be a grenade. dinner for the boy, and Sonics will get the win here in game number 3 with 19 kills, Matt.
Sonics are pretty good, especially
Yeah,
that guy Shrimsy. He had himself a pretty good game.
He doing good. He doing 2,900 damage.
damage.
Jeez Louise.
What?
3K.
That is insane. 19. I mean, if you get 19 kills, yeah, but I mean, they were just doing work at the end of that game. I mean, we didn't get to really see him a lot during the mid sections, but Poro, I want to know what Shrimsy's damage was. With 8 kills and that much damage, he had to be doing something.
Yeah, the boy popped off. The boy didn't get. They didn't get more than 4 assists though. All right, so TSM led in assists. Let's not.
No, H1 led in assists.
Let's not bury.
H1 led in assists more than anybody else in this.
No, man. That's again though. I mean, the Sonics first 2 games they looked great, and this was. You know, it kind of felt like an inevitability that at some point when a team's feeling that good and they're just rolling like that, it's going to happen sometimes. So this one is going to be the one for Sonics. 29 points overall puts them firmly into first place. But, you know, rent-free, that is a huge gain for them. They needed to have something go their way. And that's, you know, I think they came into this game in 8th place with 9 points overall. So that's going to be a nice little bump up for them. TSM also looking fantastic so far here today. It's just been consistency for them. Legacy dropping off a little bit, Bestia dropping off a little bit. But, you know, when one team hoovers up 19 kills, it's kind of tough to find points everywhere else.
That's the benefit for TSM. Everybody else that was in the thick of it with them has now kind of had a bad game, so they get a creep into a position now just a couple of points back behind the Falcons. Bestia going to be just 4 up ahead of them, but Sonics already at almost double second place, and we are only done with game number 3.
3 games, 55 points in 3 games. Sure, man. That's cool. That's cool.
Are we fine?
Yeah, they're going to be in a spot where they can do whatever the hell they want, and that is bad news if you're a team that's on the cusp that they don't want to see at EWC. If there's a team that Sonics is like, we don't want them to go because that would make the lobby harder for us. In theory, they can make today, tomorrow, the next couple of days a big problem for them. Well, now that's not to say they will, but it's an option that's there.
We might see some VSSs and some pistols come out if we go back to old school Sonics.
Oh my god, we get a lead,
which I could be
the
fine
Bison
with.
boys.
Yeah, give me some Bison games. I could be totally down with that. Well, Sonics with an 18 points per game right now is just stacking it up. But now we move over to our new wild card map. We're going to take a quick break to get everything set as we are going to be making our way over to Rondo. Stay tuned.
Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over.
Imzy and Sonics putting up some massive numbers in our first 3 games as now we move over to Rondo. Can they keep it up? Quite possibly, because, I mean, Sonics are a pretty good squad right now, and we're along for a ride, I would say.
Hey, we finally saw the emergence of Himsy. He's back, boys. What was that? 10 kills that he had in that game? Was it 10?
I didn't
10
see
total?
the final count, so
Might have been.
I will
He's
just
got
say
11.
yes. I'm gonna say
He's got
23.
11 overall. He's got. That's what I'm saying. He's got 11 overall. But yeah, Shrimsy, Kickstart, Tig, all at the top of the kill leaderboard. But when you have a 19 kill game, obviously that's going to happen. But again, you know, like you can't deny that they've been having a good game, a good 3 games so far. But where it starts getting really interesting is when what's that impact that's going to have on the rest of the lobby, and even still, like. You know, we talk about point sponges being so impactful for even like 6th place cutoff or 8th place cutoff. How much of an impact is a point sponge going to have on like the 4th place cutoff if it's Sonics?
That is a very significant question to look at as we're going to be moving into this. As we saw, I mean, just one kind of, I guess, middling game where you're only walking away with 4 points allowed TSM to put themselves back into a really good position to be competing up at the top. This is going to be, I guess, a lot of people kind of clinging on for dear life, hoping that they can have their big game. Well, we'll have to see kind of how Sonics chooses to assort. Like, are they going to assert some authority on this, or are they just going to continue just to, I mean, they already are by just doing what they do normally, but are they really going to put the boot down?
Look at this. What is this, chat? We got desert. We got the
top
forest.
half is Miramar
We
and the
got
bottom half is Erangel, right?
You like it's like Pimp My Ride. It's Pimp My PUBG map. We heard you liked Miramar and we heard you liked Erangel. So let's throw
I make an
all of those
Animaniacs
together.
reference, and I'm too old. But you make a Pimp My Ride joke, and that's
Hey.
supposed to be okay, and I'm supposed to let that go?
Everybody knows. Everybody knows about Pimp My Ride. Come on.
I mean,
Like that's an American institution. All right. Look, I brought up Wild Boys the other night.
By the way.
Look, I brought up Wild Boys the other night in Cam's Scrim stream, and nobody knew what I was talking about. I felt bad. I was like, no, like I was from the Jackass era, and nobody remembered Wild Boys. Unfortunate. It was the Viva La Bam canter. It was the one. Yeah, it was the one where they did. It was like it was like Jackass, but in nature. It was the best.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't remember it too well, but now that you're saying something, some part of my brain recollects something in that category. Elevate going to get themselves a nice little home to land in, as they're going to be able to try to loot up all around the stadium itself. Oh, and
Okay.
circle too.
Dead center circle to start things off on Rondo. Okay, we take those.
Perfect.
And
Perfect for everybody that's hoping that Sonics are going to have a bad game, right?
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, honestly, it might work out better for everybody else, because Sonics, if they get a compound and they just get circle love, then everybody just avoids that compound, keeps their kills low, right? So that's the way it works, isn't it?
Rello making the right call on drop. calling out the other 3 members. Look, you guys just had to go down Hung Shan. No, instead, we could have had this already. Technically, they already have it because he's there. But SSG and Spam also pretty close to each other. Looks like SSG opted into a bit more of a trash looting situation with Spam kind of getting the area just to the east of racetrack, or test track. I always want to call it racetrack, but I mean, technically it's test track. It is a racetrack, though, I think, right?
You know, it's whatever you want it to be.
It is.
Don't let your memes be dreams. All right. You are the voice of authority. I'm sorry. I'm watching Poonage drive right next to RBN, and I'm waiting to see if Poonage just gets massacred. But he's circling like a shark. Okay. Yeah, I'm just watching. I'm watching things on the map feed, chat. Don't worry about me.
All right. So, looking out here, pretty much. Yeah, everybody else is kind of coordinated off. SSG were looking like they might be in a bad spot, but they're going to separate out. That is the benefit of this map, is there is plenty of space, man. People can separate if there is a problem on drop, and there is somewhere to loot. You might not know exactly where safe, but there will be somewhere to loot.
If you want to split, by all means, split. Just, you know, you never know when you're going to get third party from somewhere where you weren't even expecting it. So we'll see. This is interesting for TSM that they decide to loot up on the very, very edge of this map. That's they're not typically a team that there it is. See, I told you guys. I was waiting for it to happen, but fortunately RBN had the boys with him, so Poonage will go down, and that's going to be Elevate losing 1.
Elevate keeps having these, like, I guess I don't want to say hiccups, but just like issues that keep arising. They keep going for something, and it just doesn't quite work out the way that they want it to. In this situation, it's just kind of a looting thing, and you get caught out while looting. These types of problems happen. But I mean, Elevate was a squad that we saw in the stage before this do very, very well, specifically when they didn't have to contend with Sonics also inside the lobby. So I'm wondering if it's just that big of a point sponge is causing them problems, but it doesn't feel like the Sonics they're interacting with, other than that early, what is it, game 1?
Yeah. No, I mean, look, Elevate's a great team, and they've been climbing, right? Like they every game has been better than the last. I mean, this is obviously a little bit of a setback, losing Poonage early on, but still with 3, I think we can expect to see Elevate pull some stuff off. They've been managing to get further and further into every game, so I think they're just getting a little bit more comfortable with every passing game. So keep expecting them to climb. We'll see what happens. As Legacy splitting off. They got a big wide 2-2. I don't know, maybe they just didn't get enough loot at the original spot. They were coming to go ahead and protect RBN. Either way, they're going to have to be careful, because we got a lot of teams coming in from that north side that are going to be looking for a more central position here.
Bestia, what are you doing?
A little casual e-pickup scout. I like it. Look, hey, you talk about the fact that we're playing on a brand new map that a lot of teams just maybe not as familiar with how other teams are going to be acting and where people are going to be. So why not try to do the e-pickup scout when you're inside circle and see what you can see.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's paying off, provided you can land, and it does look like you should be able to make landfall with it. Mercy going to be making their rotation. Nobody around them. They're going to be coming up next to Stadium, but we already saw that one separate out. We do see Pachow also kind of bumping into Sam Crow, but this is a whole bunch of, like, nobody really wants to make a move yet, so don't be surprised if we don't see too many aggressive plays just happening. This is often what happens at the beginning of a map, whenever it's first entering. You don't rightfully know if there could be a trap somewhere just quite yet, so you just lean into a bit more safety at the start, specifically in the early game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just play it easy. Just be cool. Be cool, man. That's all you need to do. Be cool. Don't try to overstep. Don't over rotate. Don't go any further than you can scout. You're right. Don't blind sends. Try to avoid doing those unless you absolutely have to. And then, you know, running around on the top of a wide open exposed mountain, make sure you have your smoke gun in hand. So that when you do get
whatever Silson wants to do, man.
So that when you do eventually get shot, you can just pop the smoke. Easy.
What do you call him, Papa Silson?
Papa Silson, man. Hey, this looks really familiar. I played this exact spot the other night, and it's not great. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it for a full team. One person, probably great.
No ghillie suit, 6 of 10. You had a ghillie
Yeah,
suit
no.
10 of 10.
10 of 10. Yeah. No, well, as long as you don't get up there and expect to just free farm shots down on everybody, because there's you don't have cover up there. Right, so it's pretty easy for people to return shots. So you can get up on the top of those pillars and do some great scouting, but it's not one of those situations where you can just kind of hang out there and feel like you've got this great position. I mean, unless you go up there with four movable covers, maybe that way. But I don't know.
Well, I
Haven't
mean,
tried that yet.
then you'll lose the benefit of it, right? You're wanting to hide in the shrubbery is the whole reason you're there. But smart players will just go, man, I can't figure out who's shooting me. I'm just going to shoot it where everybody goes in that shrubbery position and just start taking shots. That's the downside to it of whenever you start playing with people that kind of know the map more.
Yeah, or at least know how to hit their shots. How about that?
Well, okay,
Better
that is a
go.
problem I have, but we'll ignore that for now.
Oh,
hey,
Spark.
PSM?
See, there you go. You don't have an E pickup? Grab a glider. Do some scouting.
I love the glider evolution as it's continuing to move forward. Give me more and more.
I don't know if I feel good about Sparking being the one to do that though. I feel like Sparking.
I was thinking the same thing.
I want
Why
him
Sparking
on the
though?
ground with a gun in his hand.
But I guess it's really hard to shoot an M249 from it, so Purdy can't get in it.
Yeah.
Halo, you
feels
can't be
bad.
close range God if you're in a glider, so Halo can't do it. And I don't know.
Well, it just leaves Luke, but Luke's fragging right now, so I don't know anybody on TSM that I would feel comfortable with being the one. Like, I want them all shooting.
Now, if
But,
Sparky is going to do it, he's going to do it because he's fun. You know that for certain. He's probably giggling the whole time that this is happening.
Oh, he's having a great time. Well, the one thing that he's also kind of figuring. Well, I don't know if he knows exactly who it is, but he's figuring out the extent of the Falcon split right now. That is what he's learning. Now, whether or not between the four great minds of TSM, if they can put that intel together and figure out that it's all the same team, that is a different story. But Rent-Free, this is another team that's been having a really good night so far, kind of quietly. We've been talking a lot about them in fights, but they're currently sitting in 5th place, 23 points, only 5 place out of 2nd, where Bestia is sitting. Rent-Free, open qualifier team, doing really well so far.
Yeah, I just curious if they can maintain the consistency. This is the marathon part for them. But if they can, they have some opportunities. They've got the start. We often hear a lot of teams talk about the importance of the start and getting in that position to help them maintain the comfort and the momentum. They've got that momentum going on, and can they manage to exploit it? As they're going to be running right between all the Animaniacs, that should be pretty free for them to do. Circle is going to pop, and it's going to continue to favor Sonics in the center.
All right, H20 Kickstart already leaving Yulin, and so this playing out much the way last game played out for the Montego, where they just had holding a 2-2 split, and they can collapse on each other as quickly as possible. Looks like Kiki might have messed up his vehicle. Either way, they're going to make their way over there. Elevate might be heading that way though, so they'll have to be aware of that. Here as we see Animaniacs pulling just past Rent-Free. I think Rent-Free had somebody in the air as well, as Rello's been spotted out by Bestia, but Sparking's still flying around.
Hey, he is doing all of the scouting with his body right now. Until it gets shot down, it's all working according to plan.
Hey,
Almost likes it
almost.
so much, he's going to do the same thing.
Yep. Look, hey, glider game right now, big thing, especially on this map where you're not sure where everybody is. We're not going to beat it to death at this point. Oh no, Sparking!
Live by the glider, die by the glider. Sometimes it do be like that.
Well, they got information. That's
They do?
about all you can ask for.
And if they get back to his body, they got loot.
There you go. Well, the only issue right now for Rent-Free, I don't know if you want to take this fight with AAA, because you only have 3 guns on the ground. Oldless is just flying around in the air, and he's not going to be able to contribute much at all. So I think he's just kind of feeding them intel, saying, hey, South, nope. He's going to spot out SSG, say don't go that way. We're all going to turn. Once again, this is so funny. It's so funny to watch how it plays out.
We're also getting some shots coming in from the north, and that is, I believe, going to be Pachow that spots them out. EM3 also taking some shots. But look, see, it does make it easier for the rotation of the cars because the glider catches the attention. You know, everybody starts looking up and taking pot shots at the glider. so all of your vehicles can rotate. If the glider guy survives, benefit.
Well, it looks like Oldest pulled out of the glider, so they will be back all 4 toes on the ground. As Elevate in a little bit of trouble once again. Despoon is taking a knock. Vegas and Shimboy, big shots over towards Mercy though, so they probably have protected their positions sufficiently, as Shinboy will come over and rejoin the rest of the squad, and Elevate just will play tower defense around this little compound here with the ridges.
While Lucid living in his, I guess, extra large shack is the way to look at that. He's going to be chilling for right now. This is starting to get to the point where teams are going to start being forced a bit closer than they would like.
Yeah.
The benefit of this map is it's big at the start, but the circles all return to the same size, so you're going to have to deal with everybody around you for a while. This is pretty flat area as well. Yes, there is a bit of an incline, a couple of hills that you can play from, but it's still pretty open in a lot of these areas. So you're seeing a lot of the teams kind of start using the tops of the hillsides. Nobody wanting to really navigate in between those ridges just yet because they're afraid of a squad just kind of ratting up.
Look at the reposition here from Rent Free, is they've fully decided to take this fight with Animaniacs. They know that they've got them pinned right up against the back, against the blue wall here. You can see Oldest after leaving the glider. He's coming in from the north side, and he's found an angle on a Zig, and he's going to get that knock. So now where does Rent Free, like, I'm looking at their little dots. So are they going to push this? Are they just finding a different angle? Honey Badger coming in from the south side, another angle at play here, as Trisk has already been taken down. So T-Plants, I think, is looking off to the south. He's definitely got some work cut out for him here, as he needs to spot out. Oh, he sees him. T-Plants, how did you not see him? T-Plants.
I really like this coming out from Rent Free though, making the push in, realizing the fact that this rotation is going to suck. Get you some kills if you can, and whoa, just going to go a bit too far with that nade. T-Plants, are you going to move forward? Looks like Gats has already read it. Got himself stunned, ready to go. T-Plant's going to be moving forward. He has to retreat from the utility, though.
Okay, T-Plants didn't see him, but somebody else saw Honey Badger, so that's a big knock for them. But Zig once again down. FCZZ trying to push. Oh, T-Plants gets eaten alive by the Bizzler, and he's going to get another one. Gats will get him, and that's going to be Animaniacs cleaned up. Again, this is good stuff from Rent Free, man. They feel, it feels like they are feeling pretty comfortable in this lobby.
Bizzler giving him the business right now. As you can see, Luna in a pretty good position. They're just going to be to the south of Mercy, what we were seeing going on with Elevate a while ago. Elevate still running their split. Toyo going to be trying to regroup as the blue zone's going to be coming in. They're going to have gas cans just over to their, I guess, northeast of their position. The gas can's going to be making a rotation of their own. You can kind of see what's lined up with them. It looks like this could be a rescue lineup, as Pentalol is going to be moving over to pick up Vox.
Okay, a little bit more air scouting here for gas cans. They need a big game. They could use a little point injection here, as they'll make their way. Oh no, Rello's all by himself here for Falcons. They try to do the big wide split, but now Rello's going to get caught out, it looks like. But big shots from him will find a knock on a Penta. Okay, there you go. Hecka. Hikerman will take him out though.
Yeah, but I mean, this is still position feed over information. Gas cans haven't gotten the flush just yet. Oh, okay. Now Mimi's going to get it. Falcons, what are you going to do? You're the outlier squad, and this is a pretty open area to navigate. You're going to have, what is it, Bestie on one side and gas cans on the other. You got to get some kills and maybe open this one up.
Yes, I mean, the big wide splits, I get that, man. Like, you got to get as much intel as you can, especially on a map like this. But it feels like just a hair slow after Circle Pop trying to get everybody back together. And everybody's just kind of holding their positions a little bit longer maybe than they should. And as a result, they end up losing Rello this time. And now Pippa, he might be in trouble, as gas cans turning their attention down towards the south. Smoke wall will keep them alive for the time being.
And he's rolling in on the vehicle. He's coming in really aggressive too. He's going to jump out. I think that he has been spotted. So are we going to see any retaliation just come in yet? Oh no, here comes Falcons as well. Everybody's going to be rolling right through. What's going to go down? This is a mess. Bestia also has a firing line into it. It is so flat. Sonic's now also going to get involved. There is just an absolute bloodbath going on, as Falcons are just going to roll through it. They are going to get through at least the thick of it. But now where are you going to go? TSM is going to be the next contender, and there are not a lot of dips to stop at. Legacy's going to go down, and it has come at a massive cost for everybody down to the south.
Oh, it's been a real rough day for Legacy here so far. And now Falcons, yep, they find The deployable cover TSM hanging out just down there. Snaker's barely alive here. The grenade's not going to find their boy. Ooh, that one gets close. Do a little bit of damage, but Snaker's in a lot of trouble here. Just put that up. Everything will be safe.
Now you've just made a cubby perfectly hold in the nade.
Yeah, you've given him a backboard.
Yeah. I think it'll be fine, though. It's TSM. They hear a lot of the firefight going on to the south. You can see that they're trying to keep their heads on a swivel, keep some control coming in. Looks like Spam has a similar idea of what it looks like Snakers was going for, but the shots coming out from Sonics, they're going to turn into it, and it looks like they're going to aim for this dip. There is going to be a raise on the road, so TSM does not have vision. This is a good stop-off point, at least for now.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting, and this is one of the cool parts about this map is that we see on other maps that there's those dips that are right by the roads. The ones on this map are just way bigger. They give you more room to kind of move around and reposition and avoid the inevitable influx of offensive utility. Right, so Sonics are obviously going to stay inside of their compound. They don't need to leave. Oh, actually, DraftKings going to spot out H-Win. Bestia just going to use that as an opportunity to keep on going, so Sonic should be able to get that res. But yeah, I mean, Spam, they have a lot of room to really play around with inside that little dip.
I mean, if it's a bigger dip, what do we call it? Is that like a sink? Is it like I don't know, like a drench? What is the opposite of it?
I don't know. We got to come up with something.
A
though.
plunge. We can call it a plunge because instead of just dipping in, yeah, it's a much bigger dip.
Why not? Hey, like you said,
give us some ideas, man.
We're the innovators here. All right, we definitely don't steal ideas from chat ever.
Never, ever. I promise to remember your name if it's really good too. Winky face.
Yeah, there you go. We'll shout you out.
All right, EM3 in some trouble in the blue zone. It's going to be guess who rent free that's causing some of those problems for him. Now EM3 going to be rolling right next to SSG. Both of them eyes on the same hillside because look in front of them. That is going to be a flat piece of terrain. Nowhere to really go. SSG, no kills to be had yet, but some potential is going to be lined up. Glock's going to walk right up as Nade's going to come out, and Page is going to go down. Nade does get some damage, but some support on the outside from Rent Free is going to force Glock down.
Yeah, this is the thing about Paige that you love, but it's also the thing that drives you insane. Like he will just W key into somebody if he thinks that they've got the advantage, and just throw grenades right on top. But at the same time, like he'll die for it a lot. So sometimes it works really well, sometimes it doesn't, and that's the beauty and the beast of Paige. But SSG down to 2. We'll see if Monster can stay alive here.
Saw Binion make a switch over as that Panzerfaust. This is pretty close range. He might be opting into it. Vehicles just getting flipped everywhere. Elevate in a ton of trouble. Is going to be Pachal continuing to press out. Binion wants it. Doesn't know where the approach is going to be. He's expecting something to happen out of this one, but really Elevate trying to hunker down. Just one member up over into this, and you can see just the broken and tattered vehicles opening up possibilities for a push coming up from Toyo, and they are going to finally take it.
There's just a graveyard around there. 5 kills for Toyo. As there we go, Rent Free now turning their attention over to EM3. Glock immediately going down. Magna just instantly try to go for the res to see if they can get away with it. Unfortunately, it's not. Looks like that might have been Glock's 3rd knock as well. He was bleeding out real quick. Shap gonna try to provide a little bit of defense here while they recycle the smoke wall. Bizzler hiding around that tree, but Magno gonna get spotted now. Shap all by himself.
Oldless, man. Oldless is just on it right now. We have seen him for a long time, and he is coming into his own today. He is putting in a massive amount of work for his squad.
Some days you're just feeling good, and this is a day that they are feeling good. So we'll see if they can collect a few more points off of this one. Pachal fighting their way in from that north side of the zone. SSG, meanwhile, Oldless down to just Oldless and Gats. SSG Monster, looks like Pixel finally left the compound to come and join Monster.
Where's Gats?
I don't know.
Nowhere
actually.
around this.
Where is Gats?
Oldless is all by himself.
Donde está Gats?
All right. Let's see Pixel
There he is.
Monster.
He's all way off to the north. Look at that. You can see him just on the edge of your mini map there.
Right, lined into it. So Looks like more smoke's going to continue to be thrown out. Oldless does have a plethora of things to work with all the crates that are going to be around him. Going to be hard to get to, though, with that push. Chow's going to run right into a Mercy defensive line. Already going to have one member go down. Two, we get the retaliation knock on to Lucid, but this is going to be a bit more problematic. Spray is going to come out. But Chow is going to take down Mercy Gaming and should be able to get the res on a bail.
Through the door. That was, and by 2 HP, too. That was so close. And look at that. Space Station is just getting annoyed by Oldless at this point. Like, Oldless doing what he does best and annoying PUBG comp players by constantly recycling the smoke so that they can't just finish him off. Like, they gotta do something. Like, he's just waste their time summer 2024 for Oldless.
Oldless is a top tier rat, man. He knows how to, like, survive for so long by himself. Was it game 1 in Miramar? Wasn't he the one that kind of like snaked his way into the later stages of that game?
He definitely was.
Tried and true. Okay, now we got Pachow and Luna that are all going to be collapsing in on top of each other. The South, it's just going to be an absolute mess. Oldless takes his moral victory as now all the smokes are gone and Space Station wants to go back. But guess what? There's a deployable shield just to continue the annoyance. Oldless gets another knock. Space Station Gaming's monster, he wants it, but it is getting scary for SSG at this point. Oldless, not even a shield, just a little bit of a dip, but more smoke. It never ends.
It never ends. But you know what? Look at this. The Oldless takes that knock and he uses that as an opportunity to escape and kind of try to rejoin his teammate. So not getting too greedy with it, not trying to go for the point, just trying to survive a little bit longer into this one. Meanwhile, Spam now, they took over Snaker's old spot. Toyo taking over the old TSM spot, and Sonics, they're just wrapping around the edge. They're feeling real funky. They want all of these points. They've got 5 already, and they have a good position here to maybe take the next fight to either Spam or Toyo.
Top 8, so we're in the placements. Sonic's going to be creeping forward. Snaker's still alive. You can see kind of creeping off in the distance over there. It is going to come at a cost. H1's going to go down. What is even happening with cars and explosions all over the place over here as the rotation's coming out. Sonic's, though, very focused in on Toyo, who have been very active all over this map right now. See if they can continue to get that run going. But Sonic's at 5 kills already, keeping up that points per game, and they want more, man. Those guys are hungry.
They do indeed. Well, Spam right here is the problem. This little ditch right here is preventing Toyo and Sonics from fully committing to either one, and it looks like utility might just be a little bit low. Look at the grenades. The grenades are going for Sonics. They're not even dropping the grenades onto Spam, and Toyo just gets insta-deleted. 2 for Kickstart, 1 for Tig. Yato and Theros still alive for Spam.
Loving it. The other 2 members of Sonics right now that are essentially the bait, just doing massive work for the Sonics. Spam, they're not long for this world in positioning, but it depends on how much Sonics really want this. I mean, this is not the best of positions. There could be a bit of a distractions going on with Luna and everything else. So they're going to hop in the vehicle. They're going to say, you know what? Let's just go ahead and wait for them to have to walk in. And Snakers, your rock is no longer safe. 3 members of the Sonics are jumping out. Do they have an idea? No! Snakers gets a knock onto one of them. Sonics now having to deal with a disheveled position. Snakers going to be trying to bounce around. He does get spotted out. He goes down. Crossfire's coming out. SSG also trying to get in on this one, but it looks like Sonics are going to be able to find some safety for the time being. Well, Pig's in some trouble.
The Snake Man pulls it out at the last second here. Shrimsy still, it looks like he's going to be able to get rezzed here. So, okay, H-Win, the only one to get lost there off of Sonics. And, of course, the Ster's going to pull away from him. So, Luna, once again, in great position here.
Oldest managed to regroup with Gats. He managed to out-survive SSG, being that annoying. Yeah, no, he managed to out-survive him and just get away.
Okay.
He got away.
Gotcha.
They wanted him. Remember, they were sitting on him for so long.
That's what I say. He got that knock onto Pixel, and instead of trying to flush that or try to thirst the point, he used that as his opportunity to escape and get back over to Gats. So still alive, still making the top 4, and look at that. As a result, they managed to pick up a few more placement points. Now, Luna obviously in the driver's seat here, 4 alive. They have the north and the west, but they're outside of zone, and I don't think there's anything really good to play inside the zone. Actually, I know there's nothing good to play inside the zone because nobody is in it. That's a pretty key indicator.
Bro, there's a crate. Look, there's some rocks, and there's that really big tree.
Yeah, that's great. It's fantastic.
You just got to get to it. That's the problem. And you have to deal with the fact that there's 2 rent-free players right next to you, and they are going to make your life problematic, Luna. If you don't know that they're there, it's going to be doubly problematic.
Well, I keep seeing these deployable covers all over the place. I wonder if anybody held on to them for the late game, which is when you would figure they'd be really, really useful. But
we go old school.
So, yeah, no, let's do it old school. It's there's still some rocks, there's still some ridges. As Kickstarter, oh, he knows where Pixel is. Yeah, so SSG might be in a. I mean, you can see Sonics is trying to figure out where they want to fight.
Oh, Rent Free gets the knock on Opoza right as soon as they're making the run in. Looks like they're trying to get some car cover to go out. Oldest is going to spot out Vinny. Everything is coming apart for Luna. They were not expecting this. How much can Rent Free get out of it? Even at least does manage to make it over to Vinny, but you can see the blind nade just going out to stop. I don't even know if he knows exactly where the positioning's at.
I don't think he does. And yeah, that spot for Gats is inside the zone here, but Oldest is the one you got to worry about, but he's going to get spotted by Posa, and there you go. Nice grenade from Zakraken will finish that problem. So Luna, fortunately, will get back up to full strength here. 7 kills now for them, and that was a very, very scary moment.
They got car in too, so they at least have some cover to work with. Looks like Sonics might be thinking about doing something similar. They've got some smokes down. Actually, no, Shrimsy's not going to go for the vehicle. They're pretty happy with just their little bit of a plunge dip, whatever you want to call it. The Sonic's now going to be moving forward. They're going to have to deal with Luna. Don't forget the other 2 members of SSG still being problematic to Sonics on that eastern side, though.
Yeah, they just got to keep cycling these smokes, and unfortunately for Sonics, this next part of the zone that's inside, or the next inside of the circle part, there's just nothing really there. You can see that riverbed is great, but the problem is the Luna has that whole riverbed. They can kind of work around those ridges, but outside of that, I mean, what does Sonics really have?
Firepower. That's about it. And the freedom of doing well on points. So you could just hop in vehicles and send it to crates or bushes. Oh, Tig takes a bumper to the chin after he just got knocked, but it's going to scoot him out to a very uncomfortable position. Not the worst, though, is that it does get a lot of vehicles into cover point. Downside for it is that could be a little bit problematic for SSG's sightlines.
Well, I mean, Pixel managed to get the knock on there you go. SSG sightlines. They're going to find both of them. The Sonics play, so they will go down in third, and now 1 down for SSG. Luna Galaxy, they're 4 up. Are we going to see yet another 4v1 with the 1 feeding themselves over to the zone?
The zone is so far away.
I don't think Pixel will do it. Pixel's not the type.
I mean, he's got an M249 in his hands. If you want to kill a squad, it's the gun to do it. Vinny's being bold. He's running in. That means that Pixel should be able to hear this. At least potential of a point going over to SSG right now. I think that Vinny's kind of realized the positioning.
Oh, he doesn't know where he is.
Starting to move in.
He has no idea. Yeah. He thinks he's on the rock with the van.
Draken up, gonna step around, pick him up, easy peasy. Bush not gonna be enough cover. 10 kills for Luna Galaxy as they're gonna walk away with a win in a very, very, I guess, needy lobby where every single point's gonna matter. They're gonna walk away with a solid 20.
Yeah, that's huge. That is absolutely huge for them. They were in 12th place with 9 points overall before this match. Now they're 29 and right up in the mix for top 3. So big game for them on a map where you could tell. I mean, you could just tell nobody felt comfortable. You saw so many 1-1-1-1 splits where the entire team is just taking as much space as possible so they can figure out where people are coming from, where people are hanging out. Nobody felt any amount of confidence really in holding any one particular position. I mean, I think the closest you got maybe was TSM with that deployable cover spot.
Yeah, but it was so dangerous. It was there was a lot of very open areas, and I would guess say the mid game that kind of forced everybody to use a lot of their utility just to manage to make it in later stages. Luna Galaxy gonna go ahead and pick up 20. Sonic's gonna lower their points per game by only picking up 14 this time. Rent Free gonna walk away with 12, and Space Station Gaming getting 11 is big, but also Toyo picking up 7 should be able to shift them pretty well.
Yeah, that's nice for Toyo, and again, really nice for Rent Free. As I said, I think coming into this, they were in 5th place overall with 23 points. So another 12 points is going to put them, I think, it's going to put them in the top 3, really, or top 4, rather. I think we're obviously focused on Sonics just feasting so far today through 4 games. But again, remember, it's top 3 other than Sonics goes on, chat. So Sonics already have qualified for EWC. The top 3 other than Sonics are going to be the ones that go. Right now, it's Rent Free, it's Bestia, it's Falcons, just like we all predicted.
Yeah, I mean, Rent Free Up at the top of the list, technically, I guess, in quote unquote first, Bestia in second, Falcons in third, Luna Galaxy back behind them, TSM and Legacy holding down sixth and seventh respectively. So, but again, notice how close this is. There is,
Oh yeah.
It's just going to continue to turn. That's what we talk about with this point sponges, man. It just makes it to where everything else is just getting flipped over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing that a lot of these teams have going for them is now that we are done with Rondo, we're done with Tego, and now we're heading over to calm, serene Erangel, where nothing bad ever happens, and everybody knows exactly how to play it. So if you want to try to salvage a little bit of points here on your first day, like we said, but at the beginning of the day, everybody wants to have that big first day. You don't want to have to be playing chase. You don't want to have to be playing catch up for the next 2 days.
I mean, you can definitely say that Sonics are having that big first day, but I would say even second and third place, whenever we're looking at that between Free and Bestia, they're living their life right now. They're enjoying it. We just got ourselves what could be I guess, an Erangel ending circle, depending on if we were over next to Gatka, but we're going to be making our way over to Erangel. 2 more maps to go. So stay tuned. We will be back in just a few minutes.
Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse. Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna
new flavor out, old flavor going to be coming back in as we are making our way over towards Erangel. With Sonics, I guess, consuming all of the flavor right now is they are the flavor town. Nobody can compete against what they've got going on. They are just putting out so much numbers, and it's making everybody else just gonna have to scramble for it.
They're having a really good day. They're having a really, really good day, and that's bad news for everybody else in the lobby. So it's good news though for people that are still in the chase, because as we've mentioned a couple of times now, that's a point sponge. Right, so that's not the top 3 or 4 that are separating themselves from the whole lobby. It's one. So if you're still, and it's one that you don't even care about, right? Because they've already qualified. So right now the cut line is Falcons in 4th at 30 points, and Space Station in 8th is 9 points away from that. Mercy in 9th is 10 points away from that. That's nothing.
Easily surmountable. But I also do want to give a shout out to, while we are going to be looking at Rent Free, who's been just doing phenomenal today.
They've been
you
awesome.
can't say that they're getting circle luck. You can't say any of those other stuff. They're in it to win it right now. I want to give a shout out to Bestia Luna Galaxy. Lanham coming in very, very strong in these early stages. See if they can keep the momentum up, though, as they've got TSM and Falcons just nipping on both of their.
Yeah, I mean, you can throw Legacy into that pot as well. I think that this has been kind of a slower start than I was expecting maybe from them, but they're still in the mix, right? Like they're not dropping off the face of the earth. And again, we still got 2 more games left to play here today. Still got 12 more to play over the course of the weekend. So as long as you don't have just a god awful day, you're right in there. So you can't really complain about any of these teams on the left side. Now, if you start looking on the right side, you got some teams that need to kick it into gear a little bit. Elevate, Gas Cans, Toyo Pichao, Spam, Animaniacs, any of these teams that really want to try to make a run for this, that have the talent to do so. Now's the time to kind of put yourself in a better spot. I mean, we saw it last game, Matt, where one team having one good game puts you right back in it.
I mean, Toyo is a very strong squad. We know that they have the capabilities. It's going to be hard. When we look at Pippa, Imi, Binya, and Danny, that is a very strong squad for them to contend with. It's just, we've seen them in I guess, like the very end of the mid game have like a trip up. Like last time, it was going to be, what was it, Oldless, that was just off to the side of them that just caused them no end of problems and allowed Sonics to just get into great position against them.
Yeah, it feels like they're getting into fights that are lasting longer than I think either they want to or they should. And I'm kind of dragging a little bit here because I'm looking at Animaniacs and Elevate landing kind of on top of each other over there by Shelter. I'm not sure if that's
Naya too.
Yeah, and then you got Yasnaya with Rent Free. Oh boy, hard Stalber Circle. Why not? Let's get weird. But Space Station, Yasnaya a little less worried about. Yasnaya can fit 2 teams pretty comfortably. And it looks like Animaniacs and Elevate will avoid really messing with each other here. So we just get to just go underground. We just get to worry about a Stalber Circle or possibly a west of Stalber Circle, I guess, if you want to be boring.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? So many people call it different stuff. What, industry or blah 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 blah. Oh, Vegas got himself though. A Panzerfaust's gonna drop it right onto Triple X Zig. Now then, prepping up the nade. He wants to follow it up. Doesn't have a lot of utility to really work around at the time.
He got
but
another
Vegas
one
is
with
gonna
the
get the knock
grenade.
onto another one. How much do you want it? Trisk wants to defend right now, but you can see Vegas wants to get this res so bad.
Vegas is out here getting the kills the hard way. As T-Plants is going to get spotted out. Is Vegas about to wipe this whole team? Animaniacs down to just Trisk with a mini. He's saying he is going to wipe the whole team. Give Vegas all the points.
Vegas did it to him, picking up 4 in a very compacted game. That is going to be massive for them. Now they get the loot, they get the inside track to the circle, and they get the victory on top of it.
Holy
I missed
moly.
Vegas. Give me more of that, please.
Jackpot, baby. Okay. All right. They needed that. Okay. All right. So they really did. Only what, 1, 2, 3 teams inside the zone right now, right? SSG and Rent Free pretty much have their pick about where they want to go. Now the question I have, both of those teams landed in Yaz. Both of them spent about 1 minute in Yaz looting up. How are they looking? Like, obviously you want to try to get the best position you can as quickly as you can. and both of them obviously, I think, took less time looting in Yaz because they knew that the other was there, right?
I think that's why we're seeing the secondary rotations come in, right? So that's why they went to no lean, and then I wouldn't be surprised if Rent Free goes all the way up to Stolper just to make sure that they secure
I think you have to. I mean, going up to Stolper is fine. No lean. I mean, how much loot are you getting out of no lean, really?
No lean, no loot, man. That's the way I remember it.
That's the way it was. Okay. Well, now they got Toyo kind of sniffing around that area as well. Falcons above them in the E pickup. Are they going to get this warehouse split for free off the E pickup? That would be nuts.
I mean, a very fast rotation can get it for them. Are they going to drop? I mean, they could even potentially go all the way up to that compound that's just going to be to the east of Severny, right along the coastline, depending on what they want. They're not really eyeing that whole area over next to Stolber, but I don't. There was a vehicle push from the top of it. Yeah, but are they pushing over to Stolber was my question. Looks like they are going to be leaning that direction. I don't know if they've spotted out anything from Rent Free yet.
Yeah, it's just a question of what they're scouting and what they're seeing from up there. Yeah, they're not there. They must have saw, they probably saw whatever was going on at Stolber, and they're probably going to see Toyo taking that 2-2 split. I doubt that they are looking as far south as No Lean, but yeah, I think they're comfortable in that spot. That particular spot that they're at right there that we're seeing is not bad. Like, that's a good place to play. Now, the only problem is, are they going to have a vehicle?
If this hard shifts to the west, it's going to suck.
It's going to suck. Yeah, it's going to be terrible.
I mean, I guess they could try to go north and wrap around it, but on foot, that's going to be really hard. That's pretty wide open. Toyo with the control in position right on the outskirts.
Man's rocking a 4X M16. Like it's 2017. I love it.
Dude, run what you're good with, right? Dance with the girl that brought you. If the M16 is what you're good at, then hey, who cares about gun meta? Bring what you're good at.
Look, I will say, M16 not as bad as I thought. Like it can actually, it's actually pretty decent. At least for me, in my hands, I can hit shots with it sometimes. Not great shots, but sometimes I get shots with it. It's not as bad as it used to be.
I mean, it was like the god tier gun right at the start of the game, and then became the meme gun for a little while.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, back in the day where you could throw it on single fire, toss an 8X onto it, it was basically a mini before the mini even came out.
Or what about the super fast tap fire? Make it a little essentially.
That was what the pros did, right? You do the 3-shot burst on 8X. Like, I was never good enough to do that, but I could throw it on single and I could hit a shot with it. It was all right.
See, Bestia is going to get themselves that compound just up on the hillside to the south of Stolber. Going to feel pretty good about that one. Pretty defended right now. A quiet start to this. Outside of Vegas just kind of blowing up a squad, it's been very few pot shots exchanged between teams.
You kind of expect that on an Erangel, though, right? Like, this is why this is the grandpa map, because everybody, it's so comfortable, like an old comfy sweater. Everybody knows exactly where they want to go, and more importantly, they know everywhere everybody else is going to be, so you can avoid things for the most part, unless you end up in a hot drop situation, and unless you're Sonics and TSM going to the same exact spot. The seed swap's coming out. Nobody's going down just yet. Luke, the trade comes through. Tig, he's a seed swap champion. You know that man is going to get 2 off of that as he turns his attention. Purdy Curdy trying to go. Oh, look at Alo from range, though. Purdy Curdy trying to get a little bit closer, see if he can maybe get into grenade range. That's a scary proposition.
Couple of shots going into Shrimsy right now. Not too scared yet. Looks like he's just going to go reposition around. Is he maybe trying to draw some of this off, see if he can get a side angle onto what's going to be going on with Alo? Yeah, that looks like that is going to be the plan. The res is going to come out. Alo has now bought the distraction of what's going to be going on with Shrimsy, and now Focus is going to turn back. Car's going to try to roll down the hillside. Kick's already going to take one to the face. The other member's just going to go back on the opposing side of the hill. Looks like they're just going to go into a bunker, and now that is a 2-1 split for Sonics.
Poor bullet magnet Kick. Some of these guys so good, but man, every time somebody shoots at him, it feels like they hit every single shot. Like, I don't know what it is. It's like his character model is like 3 times the size it should be. But okay, Alo protecting, doing some damage there, forcing Sonics to play inside the bunker, which looked like they might have been heading there anyway. But they still managed to get 2 off of TSM, so TSM just going to be playing with Kurt and Alo from here on out. Not that those two don't know each other pretty well.
Looks like Mercy is going to navigate this pretty
Oh,
well.
no.
I say that, but it looks like there's going to be exchange. Damcrow's going to go down as well as PWD. And the bridge takes a couple of lives, but looks like everybody should just go on their merry. Well, I don't know. Looks like EM3 is turning back around onto this. They might try to defend up that bridge, but Sam is going to be coming up right back behind him, and that might have been the bad call.
This is all happening because I said that this was the old man comfy sweater, nobody fights early map. This is exactly why this is happening. So Glock gonna try to get a little close. No, sir. The Rose is done with you, my friend. Magno, the last one alive, and he's just gonna go ahead and play solo from Cube. Maybe try to take one out from Mercy. Shots aren't gonna land on the Lucid though, and now Spam has spotted him out as well. Ooh, 4 HP and a dream for Magno. But Spam can just afford to sit here all day, can't they?
Yeah, and I mean, UMIs is in some trouble now, as they're praying the fact that they can figure out something to do inside of the situation, but Spam is just moving down aggressively. They know that he's going to have to move at some point. They picked up a couple of points, and they're fine with it until he decides to die to blue zone, or they just get tired of burning stims. This is just going to be a sit and wait situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think Spam. They're sitting a little bit lower on the leaderboard, right? Like they could use as many points as they can get, and I think they'll try to stick this one out and see if they can get this one off of Magno. Andrew getting a little bit closer, yeah. Magno trying to get something. I mean, you look at Gabriel though; he's coming from the riverside. Like they're gonna get him. They're gonna get him here eventually. That is not where I thought this next circle was gonna go, but right lake in the dead center. So do you go north? Do you go south? Everybody else is north.
I mean, you're pretty much looking at Yaz Naya, or we're looking at the Badlands and No Lean. TSM trying to make their rotation right now. They're going to be running right up next to Toyo, making their rotation, as well as Luna. But it looks like most of the attention from Toyo is going over to Luna, so they should buy some time for now. There are a couple of dips for TSM to play, but I'm curious to see where Luna is going. It looks like they just might be leaning right up against Tower, or maybe even the lake itself, and just using those rocks. They're going to spot out TSM. TSM's going to have to pull away from that one, and I mean, not a lot of options now left for them as far in as they are. They aren't going to get too harassed by SSG, so I guess back down the hillside they go.
Yeah, I think Luna's trying to send it down here towards the bridge and just play close to that, so that if it does end up going south, they have a pretty free passage. I think a lot of our teams off to the north, really. I mean, you look at Falcons and TSM. I think they're just pushing all their chips into this circle's going to cut north table and hoping, because I mean, Falcons, they don't have a vehicle. TSM's down to 2. There were so many teams off north, like it's just going to be it's going to be rough.
This is going to be very, very interesting to see how it plays out with I mean, we saw what was it, a stopover at the Alamo west of Lake. We don't get that one too often nowadays.
Yeah.
Chow's going to be playing gas station. We've got some pretty good spot to play from for the time being, as long as nobody shoots at their feetsies. That's always the dangerous point of playing in that one. Spam's still waiting, looking. Magno's made his way over to the Wizard Tower. Mind games. You can't find me if I'm not where you think that I am.
Yeah, I mean, I think at a certain point, if you're Spam, like, yes, you need points. Sticking around, trying to finish off this last guy for 1 point and kind of putting yourself in a bad position for the rest of the game, probably not the play. Like, you got to start looking at the next phase of this game at some point. So hopefully they either find him or they move on pretty quickly, because they still have 4 up. They still have a pretty good shot here. As we check in with Bestia still on the top of Stalber, and they are just scouting out what Yep, not
like
the top of Stalber. They're at the warehouse. Yeah, this is this is good for them. This is
scout out Yasnaya, figure out where everybody is, because you might have to rotate there here in just a second. So now you know exactly where you can crash for free. Spam's finally going to give up, and Magno lives for now.
Yeah, no, this is the right play. This is the right play for Spam. I think you read, how many heals you have, how much med you have. We're not going to screw around trying to get this last point and lose somebody for free and ruin the rest of our game. So they got some points off them already. Let's look at the next phase of the game here. Elevate. They've got 2 in the high ground on the south side of Yaz, and they're one of the few teams that are playing the south side of that lake.
This is one of the old school holds on Yaz. We haven't seen a lot of endings come back to Yaz in the past couple of years. But if you remember, whenever we had circles kind of lean this direction, holding that area was really strong. The problem is this is so much more of a northern circle. you're not going to see a lot of wraps into that most likely. Gascan's already going to kind of be defending out in that compound over the west.
Oh.
Circle is going to shift, keep the lake in play, but Yaznaya is going to be in. And now the Mad Max shift goes on. Vehicle's going to be hopping in. Legacy already going to be making the shift in. Bestia already going to be scouting out. SSG not happy with Noline. They're going to be going. But Chow's going to go all the way around. Stalber wants nothing to do. Vehicle's going out on their side. Should be able to right themselves. Crashing in as fast as possible. Early Taker's going to be rewarded. Gascan's going to find one as well. Now, Luna is going to get a lot harder to work with. And Sonics, our squad that's been pulling up so well, was in that far western area and are going to have to be one of the longest rotators around. They could be in some trouble.
It's always one of the most unique and funniest circles to watch in PUBG when Yaznaya, or when that late game shift cuts onto the city and you just see the massive influx and migration of teams trying to send it right towards the city. Everybody knows it's free. Everybody knows that they can play from there. And just like that, you see everybody kind of ending up in. So Pachao, like you said, taking the long way. They're going to go to the top of Stalber. TSM coming in a little bit late, but they had to. They were a little bit farther away. So that sniper tower, that wizard tower may keep them alive for right now, even though Alo goes down. I don't know if those blue zone grenades are going to go far enough. Maybe those things are bouncy. Hold on.
I don't know. Is there going to be enough of the tower for them to navigate? But with the other shots coming out from Capitan, it might be too complicated. It looks like they did manage to find a little hole to hide in. Yep. And so should be able to get the res, but not for lack of trying. I like that from Bestia. It was a good read.
Yeah, they got to do what they got to do. But this is good for TSM. They do find at least some place to play, and they managed to keep both guys up despite all odds. Unfortunately for them, Bestia has nothing better to look at than them, so they're just going to be spamming them with shots here and more blue zone grenades as they'll force them away just a little bit. Oh, actually, that one's doing a lot of damage to Kurd. Looks like he got out of it just in the nick of time, but Alo is going to go down to it.
Looks like he stepped back out. Now going to go back in for another res. I guess maybe he's waiting to see if more. Is it like, are you throwing more? Do we have another one? Or is it going to be, you going to give me time? Jumps back in for the res. Let's see if they line up another set.
Jeez. Well, I mean, sharp shot does find the angle, and Unfort, they just had so many damn blue zone grenades. Good lord. Okay, Pachao comes down from Stalber, and it looks like they found the eastern side of Yaznaya to be pretty free and clear, and now we've got some other. I mean, remember, Falcons is going to be on foot for this whole thing. They had no vehicles.
Mercy wasn't looking this direction, so they just snuck up right on top of this. You can see Lucid's already taken a ton of damage. Sneak attack had to go down the hillside, turn back around. Nade's gonna roll not quite far enough, but Falcons need some points, and they managed to pick him up at this stage. They already managed to catch Mercy pretty unaware. Blue Zone's going to be coming in right up next to him. They don't want to make the jump down that hillside. They don't want to be staggered down whenever they come. So instead, they're going to shift over. Looks like Flood is going to line into this one. Blue Zone Nade's going to be stomping it up just enough. Falcons wants to step in, but cannot find it, and it's going to be more and more utility coming down on the opposing side from Mercy. Oh, and the other side just bumps into
Rent Free was just in a perfect position really to take advantage. Well, fortunately for Mercy, they have at least one vehicle, so they're going to try to make their way. It's just going to be TSM Part 2 as they send it into the north side of Yaz. Unfortunately for them, Bestia still has nothing better to look at than the north side. So Mercy, they're going to try to find some place here. Rent Free, they've got vehicles too, so they should be okay. Falcons, I don't know what they're going to do. Like, they have nothing.
Well, hey, they at least went all the way to the apartments. So, rewarded with that one. I don't think that anybody's in there. So, yep, gonna go ahead and squeak that one by. Spam in some trouble as they're gonna bump into Sonics, who did stop off just to the south. Sonics not wanting to make the rotation in because, as you can see, it hurts. If you look to the north, look at all of those tracer shots that are going into Thross. He's still alive, but he's still going to have to get closer and closer. And has he managed to stop over? I think he's lost all of his tires. It's just creeping in. There's nowhere to go. He's just got to use it for cover. Can he make it to the wall? Yes! Yes, he survives for now.
Oh my god, this is brutal. This is brutal stuff. The grenades. Oh, there it is. The spoon will find it. But man, what do Sonics do? Like, Yellows is not in. I don't know where they're going. Well, here they go. Oh, that's Luna. So they're farming points while teams are trying to make their way in.
Hey, losing one for Luna in what could have been a way worse situation is gold. They are going to manage to collapse in. That's going to draw Elevate's attention. If you're Sonics, this could be the opportunity that you make that cross, because right now Pachao and Elevate are both distracted. You can see that Legacy is going to be able to line up the nade on top of Luna, so Haven is going to go down. Defensive line is going to be really, really strong between Elevate and Pachao. Legacy going to be on the opposing side of the road. Read that one beautifully. Threw it over the wall to land it right on top of Haven.
That's a hell of a grenade. Yeah, it's now we can. I mean, you're going to see a lot of knocks coming through here in this next couple of minutes as teams just transferring between buildings, trying to find out who's got lines of sight onto what. As Posa will stay alive for the time being. Vinny should be resable here as Falcon. Oh, Falcon's found a vehicle. Okay, that's huge for them.
Continue chasing down Toyo. Vinny is going to be kind of holding down a little bit further away from this one, but this is a good stopover for now. They managed to park on the other side of this so they can protect their vehicle in case they have to make another send, which, surprise, surprise, they're probably going to have to do. There's no way that that stays in circle for as long as it's going to stay in. But the firefighting is just going to go off pretty much everywhere. You can see Bestia is now moving a bit more down to the south. Remember, they were playing to the north, harassing TSM. Sills and DraftKings looks like they've got control over there. Circle is going to go to Yasnaya. I'm shocked. Who would have ever thought?
Oh boy, get ready for smokes and 2 FPS as we have 41 alive in the city of Yasnaya. Now where, oh where, which side of the street at this point, I think is the question that we're asking. Look at SSG, they're already sending two, well, I guess they're sending the whole team onto the south side of the street. They've got the smokes lined up for the time being. Falcons have to find their way in, Sonics have to find their way in. Right now, Pachao, the only thing really keeping Sonics outside of the circle, and Falcons should have a pretty free path in as well.
Oh, yeah, look at the amount of smokes that SSG just had to throw just to get over there. 2 members for Toyo still alive. They're going to move a bit more centered. Everybody's going to be playing right against that road, and that's no shock. It's like Sonics are going to be leaning into, I guess, the line of defense for Pachao. Vixen's already got himself prepped a nade. He knows probably where they're going to stop off. A couple of shots going to hit. And that is going to be kickstart down. You talk about it, that man's head is a bullet magnet. I don't know what he has done, but he just eats them all. But hey, at least he keeps the other members in your team alive while they're driving.
Look, man, I empathize, all right? Because anytime I play this game, if I'm with a whole team, I'm always the first one that gets shot. I don't know why. I don't know how, but I'm always the first one to get shot. So I feel Kickstart's pain here. But he is going to go down. Sonics, though, they do stay alive. They do keep in. They've got Tig and Shrimsy. That's something that you can play around, especially in a wild final circle like this thing is shaping up to be here in the city. Capitan, nice knock on the sneak attack. And I think this is what we're going to be seeing here for the next couple of minutes. It's just knocks here and there, and then it's you wait for the zone to pop and see who gets forced out.
We're in attrition war. Everybody's just going to be forced to make their moves, but even then, most of these people can probably stay alive and still kind of navigating it, depending on how many smokes that they have. This also does mean that a lot of utility could end up getting used in these mid stages right now, and we could have 30 people still alive in 2 circles after this, depending on how it all navigates through. Mercy, though, wants to try to drop that number as fast as possible, but they're going to be bumping into Rent-Free of all squads, as Rent-Free is just straight up defending. This is old school PUBG right here.
Yeah, this definitely has a little bit of a must to it. A little old PUBG must, as you see people fighting from building to building. This is what we originally fell in love with, chat. That urban combat.
Yeah.
But we get a little bit better system performance now than we used to. A little.
We have a big cluster around SSG, and they're trying their hardest to defend it up. You can see that it is going to be EM3 that's going to be holding it. We're still going to keep the road mostly in center. Yeah. That is pretty crazy. It's going to be Pachao and Sonics. They're going to have to really make a cross over that road. And Pachao's already got a foothold and defense on it. It's really going to be on Sonics. They're going to make it more complicated. But everybody else gets to pretty much stay where they're at. Here's the change-up, though, Poro. Blue zone nades are going to be a problem.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, I hope everybody is just looting every single one of these buildings. I hope they find a bunch of blue zone grenades. I hope they find a bunch of smokes, because that's how I'm feeling like this. Oh my God,
Bizzler, what are you doing to this lobby, my man? That's a pretty good bounce.
2 knocks and a flush on 1 grenade. You take those, Biz. You take those.
They're playing a different game right now.
Look at that.
I love it. I don't know
And the
what they're doing
follow-up.
different, but it just feels good. More.
Yeah,
They want more.
Rent Free. They're looking really strong right now. Now, let's get some more points here in day one, and then let's come back tomorrow and bring the same kind of energy here. Well, I mean, maybe not that energy. Oldest his grenade's gonna fall harmlessly to the ground, but yeah, I mean, that looks playing from the north side, northernmost team here in the apartments, cleaning up Mercy as they go through. This is like you said, classic urban combat, and they're finding some success with it.
This is just going to get more complicated. I wouldn't be surprised. At this point, I would almost, as an IGL, be calling to hold on to blue zone nades as much as you can.
Oh, you have to.
As this compresses in, it is just going to get worse and worse and worse. So if you can drop something in, you can pretty much clear a building by forcing people back out into the blue right now. There's still a lot of territory to work around inside of these apartments, but you saw if you can throw them in on a certain window, that ate up almost the entirety of a floor. Mercy is just backs against the wall right now. Nobody wanting to move. Sonics do manage to kind of wrap around to the north. You can see them on the mini-map down there. They do squeeze in just on the edge of the circle. So they have a path on the northern part of Yasnaya.
Yeah, Shrimsy's managed to get in. That smoke wall's dying pretty quick, so Tig's got to be on his got to put his Nikes on and get across there as fast as possible. Sneak attack will get spotted out by Oldest Lucid, just waiting for the inevitable push, and there you go. Oldest gonna get 2, and that's 6 now for Rent Free as they continue their reign of terror coming from these north side apartments.
6 kills and not looking to stop anytime soon. Most of our teams are playing to the south. So that means that this right now is far more calm over here. Like, look at how much more quiet it is comparison to what's going to be going on with Rent Free and the way that they're kind of trying to tackle and be very progressive and trying to get like the territory around them much more in control. They're playing it like almost like it's a field game, right? Everybody else is playing much more defensively.
See where this next circle says. Okay, well, that's fortunate for Sonics, but again, dead center, bisected by that road. So we're not favoring one side over the other just yet. Falcons now have to figure out where they want to go, and they know that Rent Free is in those apartments. You can see them take shots over in that direction. And Emmy gonna cross the road, get back up to the north side. Falcons, look, they got to push this as a unit here, take care of Toyo and secure themselves a spot. Gas cans, they've got to get in. SSG looks like they're mostly focused on the north side of the road. But Chow would love to be able to get rid of Luna, but Luna is just a tick, man. They are not wanting to go down. They're not going down easily.
It is just getting harder and harder to find the angle to finish out anything. You get a couple of taps, you want to move forward a bit, but it is just constantly denied. The church, you're going to eat up a big section of this. Keep in mind, that's pretty open. With Elevate, they've got walls to work around. They've got a lot of territory that they can try to control, but it's just going to get more and more problematic as still 32 alive at phase number 7 in a competitive map. This is going to get more and more hazardous. Rent Free also, I want to point out, their compound is looking down, or their building, I guess I should say, looks down right on top of these smokes. So if they can hold on to this for long enough, they might be able to spot a couple of people trying to rotate underneath them. I think that might be why Oldest is playing back. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Oldest, that's the highest ground really in this this circle right now. So Oldest just kind of staying there as long as he can. Falcons lay down the smoke, trying to make the push, and here come the grenades from Rent Free. They're spraying through the smoke cloud. As you can see, it's slowly starting to dissipate. Falcons got to make a decision here. Where are you going to go? As the smoke has now gone away, and it looks like they've found at least a little bit of hard cover to play here. And there you go. That's why Oldest is up there.
Managed to find a knock onto one, but that's about all you're going to get. Attrition war still big, though. This is a neighbor right next to you. As it compresses in, any armor damage, any helmet damage, burning off meds, all of that is going to be absolutely massive, as this is just going to get more and more like a Seth Rogen film, as it's just going to get smokier and smokier, and there is nothing to be done. So get whatever damage you can get now to make that stage so much easier.
You see Emmy from Toyo try to continue that wrap for them up to the north. He ended up paying the price for it. I think Oldest may have found an angle on him. Ooh, somebody find Oldest. That might have been Legacy, as Legacy just dead center here. They've got to watch that road, though. I think that they're only 3 strong, so they've got a lot of work cut out for them, as everybody on that south side is going to be fighting for a very small section of real estate.
Yeah, specifically, like you were talking about with the South, we don't have like a main cluster point where we're looking at with Legacy that might draw a lot of attention. Instead, it's going to be a lot of just bounce from wall to wall, firefighting, looking forward onto this one. Pixel, again, has himself a very strong weapon for that stage, but Throwable's now starting to come out. You can see he was waiting, expecting Vox to come around that corner. Just a bit of a pause, going to delay it out and not get spotted just quite yet, but he's there. He's going to spot out Cowboy. Go ahead and get that finished one out. Space Station Gaming starting to have more and more problems as they cannot find a way to move into the circle.
And that's the other part of the issue, right? Now that you got into this late part of the game, you see how many people are alive, and you know not only do we have to move in, but we can't move in as a group of 4. If we stay on top of each other, we're just asking to get grenaded. We're asking to get Molotov Blue Zone grenaded. So they've got to try to keep it split up, keep as much information as they can coming over, but they've got to make quick, fast decisions. And that road kind of bisecting the middle of the circle is making things that much harder.
It's going to get so much more difficult with all the firefighting going on. You can't really rely on your ears to know. There's footsteps going on everywhere. They're shooting. You don't have an idea on where the enemy is lining up. SSG is having to navigate all of that while they're trying to move forward. Toya right on top of them as well. Pachao still wants more and more. Looks like they're finally going to be able to finish out this Luna Galaxy problem that they've been facing. Going to go ahead and send Figs in, finish it. There you go. Get control over that area. Sitting at 3 kills now, but this is just getting harder and harder. 25 still alive. Gas cans are going to find out SSG. Finish them out while that's going to be going on. Vegas going to be looking for some more. He's tossing a couple of nades in that direction, but not going to connect the way he wants.
Gascan's doing a hell of a job here in this game, playing from that south side, still managed to keep all 4 alive. As you said, Elevate was playing from the church, so they had those walls, they had that big section that they could play around. But right now, Legacy, you gotta feel like is in the driver's seat. They're the closest to center dot. They've been kind of keeping track of everything that's going on the streets. But yeah, now it's just gonna be absolute madness. I'll let you play-by-play this one. I don't want any part of this.
All right, well, I'm totally fine with that one. I love these games. Falcons are going to go ahead and pick up Toyo, but it's going to come at a big cost. Now we've got Elevate making the push out. The Spoon walks right into a ton of gas can members. That is a big problem. Now Vegas has to retreat away. Also on the opposing side of this one over to the north, you can see multiple members going down for rent-free. Problems abound in gas cans starting a roll, but Vegas is going to spot them out on their rotation. Gets down 1,
Vegas!
gets down 2, goes for exchange. Beamy barely survives, but here come out the throws on the opposing front, and yes, gas can's going to go down as well. Nobody to the south really surviving. It's just going to be Pachao trying to make the cross, but a ton of teams got vision on him.
Pichao 1 down, Fake is in. They're holding the wall. That's the only thing that's keeping them alive, but the blue is slowly encroaching on their backside here. Legacy, again, just free farming anything that they can see here. Sonics, somehow, some way, have managed to keep Tiggleton and Shrimsy alive into the top 4. Can the duo pull off the impossible?
Legacy's got high ground looking down into all of this. They know what's going to be going on. Blue zone nades now finally starting to come out. Pachao just forced into a clustered corner for some type of safety. You can see Legacy realizing threats all around them, trying to spin, trying to keep up with it. Pachao's going to go down. Blue zone going to eat up all of those tasty points, but now Legacy looking into Sonics and the remnants of Rent Free. Those are 2 big thorns in their side all day today, but they're actually walking pretty close to each other. Sonics and Rent Free right on top, and now Blue zone making it more problematic. Sonics cannot move forward. Shotguns in hand, trying to get some damage out. Legacy gets an exchange between the 2 of them. Now just on to Himsy. Can he make a miracle happen? He has no space to work around, but he's going to be looking right up into the waiting vision of a ton of Legacy members, but they're going for the res. There's an opportunity, and Rent Free uses it.
This is the freest res Legacy will ever get. Oldless gets spotted as he tries to jump over the top, but Shrimsy will steal the point away. 9 kills for Legacy. Can they secure the final victory here? I think there's 1 shotgun ready, waiting for him here. Legacy, where is it? Bizzler. Is it Bizzler with the shotty? It sure is. He's got the pumpy in hand, but Gizera's going to spot him out, and Legacy gets the 10-kill win.
Solid. I mean, just well played. It is hard to defend that position. That's one of those, yes, you did get some circle love, you did get some circle luck, but there were a ton of people that wanted that compound and were trying to compete for it. So good job on defending it, picking up the 10 kills and the victory for it, but also Rent Free in the late game yet again. Sonics in the late game yet again. Leaderboard going to continue to be a problem for so many of these teams.
No, absolutely. And like you said, Legacy really needed a pretty decent game like that. They hadn't been having a bad day. It's been a so-so average day, but that's going to put them up to that next level. That's going to put them back in that competition for that top 3 spot. But as far as this game goes, I think you gotta just wash it off. I mean, it's a Yasnaya urban finish, 40 alive in circle 8, whatever kind of game. Like, I don't think you can really take too much to build off of this one. The one good thing is look at all the point spread here, all the way down to 8th place. Really, is you're getting some points.
You can say that, but Rent Free and Sonics both played it really, really well. And
Rent Free did really
there
well.
There are some things I would definitely take away from it if I was those squads. Chow Gaming also finding some successes inside of it. Gas Cans, Falcons, and Elevate really starting to see some usual contenders. Bestia only picking up 3, though. Remember, they had a whole bunch of people chasing right after him. That's going to be a problem for him.
Yeah, Bestia's kind of cooled off here in the last couple of games there, where they started off really, really hot. You see them starting to drop down a little bit now, but there you go. Legacy's going to jump up. Falcons will stay up there as well with 38 points. It's been a decent day from Falcons, and another team that you feel like, you know, we haven't really been talking about them that much. It hasn't felt like they've been as sexy as obviously the Sonics, but nobody really is. But they're right in there. They're in the mix, and they're performing well, and that was everything we could have expected from Falcons here today, because it's been, like I said, up until this point for the last couple of weeks, scrims for Falcons haven't really been too terribly impressive. So it's good to see them performing here on the first day.
Luna Galaxy and TSM also showing some very strong strides in these last couple of positions, trying to really creep up into it. But we've got one Aaron Gell left, everybody. So I'm going to need some water because that was a feisty game. We're going to take a quick break. I'll see you in just a minute. Last Aaron Gell of the day, last match of the day. We're going to be playing 6 again tomorrow and the day after, but we got
been off center all night, Chad.
I love Yaz 9 endings so much. I wish we got it. I'm not going to lie.
Man, I will say, there, from an entertainment perspective, like they're super fun to watch because it's so wild ass. Like you have no idea what's gonna happen, who's gonna win. It's just all the craziest stuff happens in games like that. And you know, we didn't see anything too terribly crazy this time around, but you know, props to Legacy. Like you take the wins in the crazy games just as much as the hard fought ones.
I mean, there's something about urban endings. I love watching like all of the team fighting and how people navigate it. Like that's one of my favorite parts of PUBG is like whenever you're fighting inside of cities and whatnot, you know, the hot drop style situations.
Yeah.
And I always love whenever we get a chance to actually see those on the competitive stage. Like still one of my favorite moments, I think was Los Leones. There was in the Americas games. I don't remember who it was. Was it Space Station?
The one who was
gas cans?
Yeah, Space Station Gaming with the light pole, right?
Yeah, Tachi'd himself up on top of it when just shooting everybody down inside the smoke. That was, I love because you don't ever get to see stuff like that whenever we get the field endings or the dip endings or whatever. I love that type of innovation. I love to see what goes on.
No, it always gives you some fun. I doubt we'll see something that fun this time around. I think most of our teams are probably hoping that we don't see something that fun this time around. They're hoping for a little bit more normal, calm, casual ending here in our final game of the day on Erangel.
Is Sonic's going to let that happen is the question.
No, who knows?
We're not yet at VSS's and Bisons, but we could be. Plane path going to be down the south over Military and ending up near Zarki over George Pole Bay. So a lot of water on the plane path could make for some interesting things to happen.
I mean, there's always the possibility of a milli game. Let's not leave that out. But yeah, I think, let's see. Okay, cutting back, looking at the leaderboard. Sonic's obviously just... What are they? They're 30 points ahead of second at this point. Rent Free, you can't say enough about the way they've been playing today. 48 points. They're in second place, just above Legacy. This absolutely huge, but that's a lot of pressure, right? This is a great day one. Now it's not over. You got 2 more days to play, and you'll find yourself at Esports World Cup. I mean, that is huge. With what was it? 2 million on the line for Esports World Cup. Like,
yeah,
for a team like, for an unsigned team like Rent Free who came up through open qualifiers, like that would be unreal, unbelievable stuff. So
if you're an unsigned team that qualifies for EWC, somebody's going to want to pick you up for those, like, what is it, the group points between all of the different events or whatever else like that.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
There's a big opportunity to be had, and if you're Rent Free right now, you will want to death grip it.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, it's, again, a long way to go. Like that's 12 games still left to play. So
you were talking about this during the break, and I'll bring it up because I do agree. There's often a lot of times we'll talk about a team has an amazing one day when they need to have 3, and there's nothing that feels worse than watching that. And I know that, well, except for probably playing it. Let's be honest with that. But
No.
I hope for a squad like a lot of these unsigned squads that they have the opportunity and they can really just take a hold of it, because this is one of those take destiny and take life by the hands, and I get to control what's going to happen next moments.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, and it's always been like that, though, right? I mean, you go back to the old days. I mean, Rumblers were like patient zero for that. It felt like. I mean, old Envy was like that. Like they would have just this huge days, and you were like, we come in here and we're just like, oh man, they're looking amazing. They're really sharp. They're on fire. And then it's just like you get into your own head. You try to play safe. You try to hold on to that lead and stop being as concerned with winning and being aggressive, and you're just trying not to lose. And the thing that sucks is that all of these guys, every player in this lobby has experienced that. They know it, but it's so damn hard to do it, even when you're in the moment, to realize that you're in the moment. You know it's happening, but it's so hard to break yourself out of that psychological mindset.
So now the trend is it a trend? I mean, it's a great day, but we don't want to just give everybody their laurels just quite yet. Now, Sonics, though, you do have to say, okay, They're in a very controlling position right now. Again,
Oh my God.
you said,
Oh.
don't rest on it. Make sure you're going for it. Look at Oldless right now. He sees an opportunity. I don't know if he'll take it yet, but he can at least feed that information back over and make something fun happen.
No, he's lucky he was the first one to see, because neither of those two guys knew where they were. Oldest was scouting over towards Milta, but he just happened to look over there at the right time and saw RBN. So RBN just gonna go ahead and get on out of there. But that is information that is in the pocket of Mr. Oldest, and the rest of his team finishing up over in Novo. So that's good on them. Good on them for scouting ahead and making sure that their bridge crossing would be clear.
Oh no. UMI is 3. You have a new friend, and it's going to be Spam. And Spam looks like they've got some goals. Is that a Bolty? I thought I saw a shotgun a second ago, but we'll see how it comes down. No, he's got himself the M4 as tried and true Bolty combination. Chappie's going to try to get some damage. Doesn't quite get the knock, though.
1 HP for Gabry. As the rest of the spam boy, okay, that 1 HP didn't last too long. Glock will spot him out, and they'll get him on the drive-by. And now Spam, they kind of feel like they're invested in this fight. Both teams, really, as I don't think either one can really afford to break off of this for free. Oh, that's a grenade.
You need points right now. Both these squads know it, and there's the opportunity in front of you. Spam wants it. They're aggressing into this one. They've got some pretty good weapons to try to deal with close range firefights, but they've kind of taken the casualties on the approach. EM3 did a good job on holding. Sam Crow starting to be more aggressive in trying to get control over the doorways, trying to make sure that he doesn't allow any repositions. It does look like EUMI's 3 did lose what was going on, and where Spam has kind of recollected themselves at. I don't think that they know that all 3 of them are stacked together, but a good nade might reveal at least 2 of them near each other.
I think that nade may have been just a hair too late here, as we see Legacy, and it looks like Rent Free did manage to find at least the one player from Legacy. RBN gets picked out as they go for the res here, but EMI's 3 still just slowly pushing in. Don't want to take the risk of losing anybody here for free. But this is a tough building to push, man. This is tough. Sam Crow will spot out Andro, though, and he's ready for the Thoreau's push down the stairs, and he's going to spot out Yato. Sam Crow! Yeah, let him know, son.
Do the dance. I mean, well, the body is dancing too, so give him back a bit more. So EM3 finding some signs of life, and that was a very clean firefight. Remember, it was Spam that aggressed into that. They read it. They got the opening knock. Then they got control over the compound yet again, and then forced them all together and herded them up. Sam Crow finished it all out himself. Just solid firefighting.
God, we've been blessed here with some individual play. We saw Vegas pull off the 1v4 last game, and now Sam Crow putting his name in lights there. Nice stuff there from him. Mercy, and now making their way across the bridge. That should be a pretty free and clear rotation, as Pippa going to see them off in the distance. That might slow things down for Toyo just a little bit.
Oh, and I think that we're kind of hitting the stall for just one moment, as most of our teams are probably regrouping pretty well. Toyo is going to be kind of close to Mercy, but Mercy's playing that hillside. Rent Free is going to be following it back behind Legacy. Gas cans are going to be regrouped together. They've got the 3 over there with Hikerman off in the west. Then it's going to be TSM Shocker on top of Everest, trying to get some information on rotation. So right now, everybody is just kind of waiting for the circle to close in, and that's when it's going to start getting a bit wilder, unless it goes center, in which case, going to continue being casual.
Yeah, we're essentially just waiting to see if there's going to be a hard shift here, and if so, where that's going to go. Obviously the river is still a big
people.
North would suck. North would suck really hard to see a hard shift up there and see that river get involved. But right now it looks like everybody's just kind of circling, centering up, assuming that it's going to go south of the river. Gas Can's the only one really there. Rent Free taking their time. Sonic's still holding down Pachinki. Elevate just off to the east of there. I mean, I think you only see a couple of people really in vehicles still. Bestia being one of them, coming into the south side of Pachinki, it looks like. But for the most part, everybody just waiting.
I mean, that's what you do in the circle. Whenever you get a pretty much a centered Pachinki circle, you move to, especially if you're a team like Sonics, get your kind of loot off the get-go. You move to kind of your secondary position. You're waiting for the circle to clinch up. and you're hoping the fact that it's going to stay pretty centered. That's kind of the way the Erangel strategy rotates on this one. Is it's going to be a slower secondary, but that just means that the longer that this stays center, because I know it sounds, oh my god, that sounds boring. Think of it more as anticipation. The more that people stay alive through another centered up circle, if it happens, means that whenever that next circle pops and it's really, really small, ain't everybody going to fit in there. So it's going to get real hot real fast.
Yeah, man. Look, PUBG has never been a game that's like, how well can you perform when conditions are perfect, right? The best teams in PUBG are decided by who performs the best when everything kind of goes to hell, right? Like, can you keep your head? Can you make the right decisions when things are going against you? So we'll see how this works out for these guys. We get a little bit more zoomed in view, and we can kind of see where everybody is. TSM's going to have a really good idea of everything that's going off to the west here. So be interested to see where they go. I mean, it's everything. All right. Like, but they've got great scouting position, really. See Toyo already kind of hopping into vehicles, still playing around down that chopstick area. It doesn't feel like they feel terribly comfortable there. It looks like they're just waiting for the circle to pop, and so they can be already in vehicles and ready to move. And there you go. Okay.
Shocked,
that's not terrible.
Yeah,
that's
that's kind of what we were expecting. Toyo's going to have to move, TSM's going to have to move, and Legacy as well as Rent Free, as they are still FR because they hate me, apparently.
Yeah.
Let's see. Animaniacs also going to have themselves the top of Potato. That should be pretty defendable, depending on how many the team's going to rotate. SSG not comfortable in their position. Looks like they're going to move over to Potato as well, right as Mercy making them rotate. That's interesting.
Yeah, crossing paths just a little bit here, and it might have to do with more with like I don't know if SSG was really able to fully scout what was going on off to the east of Pachinki, but you know, you got to assume maybe they're going for the trenches. I don't know. It feels like it's really early to go for that position right now.
The southern Yazdani hillside is catching some airtime.
Oh no!
But it's getting to be more problematic. Page going to go down, at least pick up a kill. But I think it was just because the southern Pachinki hillside was just a bit too. The name
nice
was
grenade.
just right in his face, man.
Not what you want to see right in the middle of your face. Well, Pixel, the last one up here for SSG. See if he can salvage something out of here, but it looks like he's just being given the call. Just get on out of Dodge. It's not worth it. Sneak attack and Lucid. We'll try to see if they can maybe get him on the trailing end, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Meanwhile, EM3 back at it again, and this time it's going to be Pichao. Pichao have already lost Santa, and the rest of it looks like they're actually pretty split here. The rest of the boys now are arriving though, so this is going to be a full-on fight.
I mean, EM3 firefights have been working for you. Keep it rolling. And we've seen the fact that they've managed to get a couple of kills, managed to get a squad wipe a second ago. Sam Crow is feeling it. So if you want it, just continue to go after it. TSM dancing around the distance. Sparking looks like he's pretty hungry and wants some of this as well. Pretty Curdy's going to pick up some, make the rotation over. Before we jump into this firefight, I think just to help the SSG thing on what I was going to try to say is Pachinki Hillside, I think, was too close to the edge, and they didn't want to rotate after it was already filled.
Okay.
So I think that's what they were trying to do. I didn't want to make it seem like,
oh
my god, that's so dumb. No, it was a smart move, just didn't work out.
Sparking gonna actually spot somebody out. I was a little bit worried about him being on foot in the middle of the field just off to the side of this, but it's gonna pay off with at least one knock there as LFP will spot out Lucid, and Sparking will get another one. Sparking, that flank position really kind of paying off here for TSM. He hasn't been able to flush them though.
I mean, the work is coming out right now. That's him and Purdy Curdy have this pretty much locked down. If anybody steps around into the thick of this, they're going to be able to pick it off, and that's kind of what they're waiting for. They want somebody to push into this so they can make some motions happen, try to pick up a kill. Right now, they know if they get a knock, it's just going to get rezzed. They want the kills out of it, so they want to encourage the firefight as much as they can. Mercy, sneak attack, still trying to stay alive, but Pachinki is full as Sonics have not left.
Yeah, there's no room there for you, my friend. We'll see where sneak attack decides to play it as a solo here. That's about as good a spot as any right now, as Sparking gets yet another knock. Maybe you might be able to flush this one this time, I don't know. But Sonics just holding down the north side of Pachinki. They do have Bestia on their backs, though.
So it looks like we're going to get a Badlands west of school for our ending. We still got pretty much a decent chunk of Chinky in play. EM3, and now it's going to be Pachow trying to get some distance away, manages to squeak out, and does use the building for cover. It's now running to the hillsides while TSM is going to be nipping on their heels. EM3 just left still thirsty.
Yeah, Falcons up there by Boatyard in a pretty good position here if they can get themselves back together and decide how they want to play this. Pachow already sending it for those dips. Feels
Dangerous.
I want to say it feels early to go for those dips, but this is probably about the right time to do it. It just sucks that they're the first team there, because that means that everybody else they're gonna have to be on the clock and making sure that nobody else gets anywhere near them here. As we see gas cans, Vox taking some shots over there from school. Looks like he's waiting for the pickup from Hikerman, making sure that nobody's backfilling him here. Is Animaniac's gonna go for waves. Luna Galaxy, well, a few fleeting shots over in that direction, but now Haven has to make sure that nobody tries to push in to their north side.
Oh, this is going to get really, really interesting really fast. So with the way that the hills are kind of lined up, I love the fact that we did see that reposition coming out from Animaniacs onto that waves position. The problem is a lot of these squads are going to end up playing edge and eating each other pretty quickly. So the early rotation is good, but also kind of bad because playing in those dips, once people kind of move in, if they manage to avoid the firefights right along the edge and they manage to get to the hill, they're going to look down and just be able to demolish teams.
A little scouting here for Pippa. Unfortunately, he's not going to spot out the Falcons, but the Falcons will spot out him, and Snakers will be the one that does the honors. It wasn't going to be him, it was going to be Roth, but yeah, you can see the position that Pachow is in right now. I mean, they just have to stay there and lie prone and hope that they get some circle love, as Pachinki is getting very dangerous.
Yeah, we got Bestia that's now in their Toyos over there, as well as EM3. EM3, you can see, already still sitting at 4 kills. They want more, but they just can't quite seem to find him. Toyo might be the team that could give it to him, but Toyo is also going to be playing this a lot more defensively. They're just trying to step away from every single one of these aggressive moves that we see EM3 make.
Yeah, it looks like Toyo got a few shots sent over in their direction. They were like, okay, we still have the option to bail out on this and go play the south side of Pachinki if we want it, or at least just avoid the high ground of Church. Everybody except for Danny. Danny's still up there, though, so Magno waiting for that smoke to dissipate, holding the angle. Pixel, last player up for SSG, got one of the, he's got the backpack on, so he's going to be safe for a little bit longer as new zone pops. And Luna Galaxy, okay, can you get Posa and Vinny back to that spot with Kraken and Haven? If you can, you're looking pretty good.
I mean, they don't have anybody that's going to contest that rotation yet, but the longer they wait, the worse it is going to get. Sonic's already on the move for it, and Posa and Vinny now in some trouble as Sonics are just trying to steal this one as fast as possible. Nade's going to come out. Posa's trying to dance around. Smokes are going to be coming out. Looks like Posa has decided it's better just to retreat as fast as possible. Vinny trying to defend in, but look at the approach coming up from Sonics. They read this perfectly. Posa is now trapped. Molotovs on 2 different sides. Vinny cannot provide any form of control. Posa goes down, and Vinny just needs to get the hell out.
That's really clean there by Sonics. I mean, instantly dropping the util where it needs to be. Now Haven is going to come over here, and I think this is just a pickup, just an Uber run for Haven. Is that an e-pickup for Bestia? Are they trying to come from the south side of Pachinki, see if they can... I don't know where they think they're going to go. They're going to get absolutely lit up if they try to do a phase 4 e-pickup. That feels a little dangerous, but TSM... making their way in just south of where Sonics is. Sneak Attack's still alive here. Oh, he got gifted a crate.
Okay.
You know,
Sim's gonna come up right next to him though. Sparking looks like he's gonna. Oh, it's okay. Oh, Sparking's not gonna go get the loot.
Yeah, it's just so funny. It's just like, your whole team is dead. Well, here's a crate. You sure you're gonna get instantly pushed and killed by a team of 4, but you know what? You got a present for your troubles.
All right, Elevate now going to be looking into this dip. We got a spot out. Nade's going to be coming after him. Toyo wants to defend it. A couple of bullets going to at least shoo away Elevators. Now they're going to have to rotate around next to where we saw Animaniacs at. Sonic's also going to start to get some vision onto this one. Let's not forget about Falcons as well. That little bit of a dip is going to be about all that can be found, and Toyo is going to get removed from their dip, as I believe it's going to be a big combination of squads now coming in. Elevate going to look back over to Waves, and it's going to be Animaniacs in some trouble, but also let's not forget about all that third party that's coming in, and it's making it way too dangerous for Elevate. They've got to drop their bellies.
Oh, I thought that last grenade might have been able to get Trisk there. Fortunately, FCZZ back on his feet, as now Animaniacs trying to keep it. The push at bay. Shimboy and Vegas, they still got more utility though. And you can see Haven still taking shots over in this direction as well. So Animaniacs have to be careful about how aggro they want to get with this. And there you go, Elevate will flush them out. So Animaniacs out, but the damage has been done here to Elevate. They're down to just 2.
They at least have some space to work around, though. That's the big problem if you're going to play these positions. Luna Galaxy won't really mess with them until they have to leave that compound and maybe push into the waves itself. Sonics are going to be playing on the outskirts. Legacy are going to be having to make a move. It's just going to shift right into Elevate's position, but I said that they were safe for now. Pachao wants it. They're just rolling right up on top of him. Quick exchange. One's going to go down, and one is going to be it. Vixen's going to look back in, but it's going to be Vegas that shuts that one down fast.
There you go, Elevate. I'm instantly back on the defensive, and they were ready for that push from Pachao. So well played by them. 5 kills now for Elevate. You can see Luna Galaxy, they've got the compound. They're not interested in pushing out to this, so they're just going to wait and see if any of the Elevate boys peek from a bad angle. TSM, meanwhile, they're still on foot. Pixel's still alive. Good for him.
Do right now.
That's half the battle is staying alive.
No crate weapons, still alive. That's the way that's going to work. Falcons are going to have to make a move pretty close to rent-free. Rent-free yet again in the later stages of this. We still haven't even made it into placement points right now. Catching some airtime as TSM trying to regroup. Now they're going to have to deal with the remnants of EM3 over here, because they're going to spout out the crate. I think that the other members are aware with that car positioning that they're going to try to run some interference just for a second. Actually, they're just going to jump out and say, nah, man, you don't get to leave this position, Shap. You're not going to last too much longer. You're going to go down. TSM now in control of this territory, and they should be able to wrap over to the east pretty clean.
Yeah, no, it's a nice pickup at one point there with the blue kind of creeping right on their back. So Falcons, they've got all the vehicles, 4 vehicles. Where are they going to decide to send it? Bestia has managed to backfill Luna Galaxy, and Falcons just going to go ahead and take a slightly closer spot on Waves. Now the big problem here is Rent-Free. They just can hang out on the top of this high ground here, this bowl, for as long as they want. And oh no, TSM, what happened?
I think that they tried to roll down the hillside over into the east, and they just got caught trying to crack. You know that compound that has the wall around the outside of it on the opposing side of the road? I think that's what I saw was going on, but I don't quote me.
Yeah, well, either way, going out in 8th place, but it's been a pretty solid day for TSM so far, regardless of how it ended. I think they can be proud of what they put out there today. As we see what's left of Sparking here. Gas Can's still alive, still playing from that eastern side. They've got vehicles and they've got a hill, and they've got 4 alive. So this could be a good come up for them here as Falcons try to find some place to work. Your Gats has a little bit of an angle. This is the big problem for Falcons that we touched on, is Rent-Free, but how long can Rent-Free stay with that high ground?
And that's the big problem. The moment this shifts, they've already made so many enemies of Falcons, of Elevate, of Gas Cans, that if they have to move, everybody is going to turn back to them. The only potential benefit is if those other squads have to move, but even then, Elevate's going to be entrenched in, watching this the whole time.
Ooh, that's pretty lucky there for Falcons, and they can... Looks like they've managed to avoid taking any knocks from Rent-Free so far. Gas Can's got a long way to go here, and Sonics as well. There's more room for Sonics to play around here, though. I think it's not looking too terrible for them, but Gas Can's in a really tough spot here, and so is Rent-Free.
This is one of those situations where Sonic's point lead is a problem for everybody else. They can do whatever they want. They can kind of move in. If they want to play this aggressively and just send it to the center and go for it, they can. They've got the freedom to do that right now. If they want to just play edge and continue to go after kills, any option is viable for them because they're already doing so well, and they've managed to make it into the top 7 already. They probably picked up a couple of kills. Now they can just kind of play it a lot more free, and they can be a lot more liberal with their choice and their decision-making process, and that means that there's a lot bigger risk, but a much higher reward.
Yeah, you can see gas cans laying the smoke down. They sent Beamy wrapping off to the north. I was thinking that they might be interested in just crashing the spot where Elevate is, but maybe they just don't have the intel on how many Elevate guys are there. Either way, I mean, it looks like Elevate's just cycling smokes right now just to stay alive, so that's not exactly the best place ever, but it's somewhere. And Rent Free, they're just waiting to the last possible minute. You can see them laying down the smoke wall now and getting ready to hop into the UASs and try to find a spot and see if they can get somebody off of gas cans before they do.
Gas can's just like a shark right now. They're circling around the outside.
Oh,
trying to see if they can spot
that's a big
something.
knock.
Beamy is going to get the knock on into Oldless. That might allow them to make that reposition that they wanted to make with the vehicles, but they do not want to commit into it just yet. What are they going to do? Are they just going to try to flip push in? Luna also starting to look a bit more into Elevate's positioning. See, Rent Free, they've got a couple of wrecked vehicles, but they're going to try to make something happen here. Are they just going to try to go for some type of vehicle compound? That might be the play. The smoke's already lined up, cresting the top of the hillside. They're going to lean into the gas can sight lines. Shots are going to start coming out, but they are sending it right over into Elevate, and it is getting denied. Sonics are hitting some amazing shots onto this. Elevate should be aware of the defense. They just have to line and take the shots out, but no, Elevate is going to go down.
Oh, Elevate gonna go down. Gas cans pulling up at the perfect time. Penta gonna take a knock as well, as Hikerman will keep things alive. It looks like Penta should be resible. No, he's gonna get finished off by Snakers. So Falcons using that high ground, but I don't know if they're aware that they've got Sonics right on the other side, and yeah, Rello gonna get spotted by Kickstart.
Just going to start using that hillside now, asserting
that
so
tree.
much authority down on this one. Shrimzy's going to spot out, get flood down. More throwables coming out of this one. Falcons has at least some safety for the time being as the shots come out in retaliation to Sonics, and Sonics now starting to look at least a different direction for a moment.
Wait, does Falcons get these reses then? I mean,
Maybe.
Sonics didn't fully push over the top of this hill. They instead turned their attention back towards the south. And you can see Shrimzy, the only one really kind of staying there. They've got the zone, so there's no real reason for them to want to push into Falcons. But that's just going to allow, like you said, Falcons to get back up to full strength here. And if they can get a few knocks on the Sonics before they have to move, they might be in a position to find some success in the late game.
This is actually kind of interesting because the problem that Sonics could have had in that push would have been gas cans. So now shifting back down, they already know Luna Galaxy's in position. They should be familiar with where gas cans is at. Leaving the Falcons in that position means the fact that gas cans don't have a free rotate over and now have to be looking at the Falcons the whole time. So Sonics are kind of using them as a defense, and now Luna Galaxy is going to be forced to contend with gas cans. They're using kind of their own, they're using the enemies around them to kind of defend themselves.
Yeah, problem for everybody right now. Well, problem for Luna more than anybody is that everybody is looking at them.
Yeah.
Everybody is waiting for Luna Galaxy to leave this compound because they know that this is the freest thing that everybody has an angle on, right? So even gas cans who have to make their way into this next zone, I think they have kind of just figured out that he's got a blue zone grip backpack. He's fine. I think they figured out that this is it's not looking great for gas cans, so they're just going to try to go for as many points as they can while they can, as Luna finally pulls out of there, and Kickstart's just ready and waiting for it.
I mean, the Sind, I would say, is as successful as you can get out of it. Now they look back over into gas cans.
Oh, nice
Here
grenade
is the
from Beamy.
unsuccessful part is it's going to be more and more damage coming out. Sonics still just in control. Falcons don't want to wrap over into Sonics. Now Falcons can look into gas cans, maybe try to pick up a couple of kills over there. They're going to try to go for the rotation. And now it's just going to be Sonics unloading yet again. They know that they have the angle for it.
Oh, no.
Vehicle spins out, provides some type of cover. Snakers is going to drop back down behind this. Now gas can's got a close range threat as the vehicle's going to explode up over the hillside. They've lost their cover. It's going to be gas cans just cresting over right into that. 11 kills. Heikman narrowly surviving.
Hikerman with no HP left. Vinny's still alive for Luna Galaxy as well. So Luna picking up a few more points as Sonics decide to turn their full attention to taking out Hikerman. And there you go, Luna Galaxy gonna snake out a second place finish, but it doesn't matter because Sonics with a 7-kill win as their lead grows ever larger.
That was a crazy ending. I cannot believe that the Falcons cover blew up over the hillside to deny out anywhere for them to hide at, and Gas Cans just stepped in. Big play from Hikerman. I mean, he had to walk up that hill into the thick of them, and he managed to do it. So just crazy set of plays there at the end.
And look, you talk about a tail. We talked about how much success you can have by just having, even if you're on the right side of the leaderboard, you have one big game and it puts you right on that left side. It puts you right back in the mix. Gas Cans with an 11 kill, third place finish. That is absolutely huge for them. That's putting them right back into the thick of things for day 2.
I mean, okay, we were kind of picking on Aaron Gell about sometimes being a bit slow. Thank you, Aaron Gell. You proved us wrong.
Like
Two really good
waves
games
finish.
There. Yeah, hey, that's the thing. You talk trash about PUBG, it gives you what you want. Everybody knows that. It's like, oh, I hope the circle doesn't go over here, and then it goes exactly where you want it. All right, overall leaderboard coming out from that last round. Sonics, 17 points again. My God, they are unstoppable right now. Gas Cans with 16. You were talking about a big come up for them, but also Falcons walking away with 9.
Yeah, no, that's the story, obviously, as it has been so many times throughout the past years. Sonic's just absolutely running this lobby so far here today, which is great news for them, obviously. Again, as a reminder, Sonics are already qualified for Esports World Cup. They don't need to qualify through this. It's going to be the top 3 teams other than Sonics. But the fact that Sonics is having such a good performance means that they're sucking up all the points. Look at that, 96 points in first place, 40 points above second. But look at how low that's making the cut line for that top 4, I guess, the top 3 spots.
There is a 10-point drop between Team Falcons and Luna Galaxy from 47 to 37, but then it's tied up with Bestia. 2-point drop into TSM, just 4 points into Gas Cans. I mean, it's absolutely insane to look at what's going on the right side and then compare it with what's going on the left side, because those couple of top teams are just so ridiculously strong. I've been tracking it all day today. I had to look it up again. Sonics in 6 games with a 16 points per game average. That is absolutely insane.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And I mean, look, I said it in game 6. TSM, they didn't have a bad day. Like, they had a respectable day. 26 kills, 35 points overall. Sure, you would have liked to get a little bit more placement, but that's not a bad performance for one day. But when Sonics is doing this, we're rent free, coming out of nowhere with 56 points in second place. Legacy, finally, they had a little bit of a slow start. They recovered in the late day, and now they're up there as well. Falcons, we needed to see something good from them. It's been a little bit of a slow start since the roster change. Today, I think, was a fantastic performance from them, and probably one of the best performances that we've seen in a while. And, it's setting stuff up really nicely for the next 2 days. But I feel like we're going to see a lot of Sonics excluded. I think we'll see a lot of movement in that leaderboard in the next few days.
And it's not that far away. Whenever we're looking at it, like, there's teams in 8th looking at the team in 2nd, and it's really just 20 some odd points. That is usurpable, depending on if, like, somebody stumbles and you manage to have a big game. That you can pretty much switch that in one game if they get 0 points and you have a Sonics day immediately after, or one Sonics game, really, to say that. And it's just absolutely insane to think about.
Yeah, I mean, look, one game has kind of been the story here for Legacy. It's been the story for Falcons, really. I mean, it was a story for Bestia. The one good game does wonders. And now, I mean, the same thing for Gas Cans. Gas Cans now in 8th place with 31 points and right in striking distance of everybody. So, one good game puts you right back into things. We still got 12 more to play, too.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I'm take off the glasses real quick because I just want to say this. Eye to eye. Everybody that's going to be watching, everybody that's watching today, I just want to say thank you. I know usually we're on a different stream channel. You guys are like the diehards that are looking in, seeing where the events are going to be going on. We just appreciate it so much. Make sure you pass over the word to any of your friends or anybody that you know that watches, because they're like, oh, the PUBG event's going on. I didn't know. Try to spread the word, because we still have 2 more days of action, 12 more games, and today has been an absolute treat. I've been enjoying everything that's been going on. It'll be me and Poro through the entirety of the next the next 2 days. So if you like today, you're going to be stuck with us. If you didn't like today, I'm sorry. That kind of well.
Get wrecked.
If you're a Sonics fan, you don't care what we're saying because you're just happy one way or the other. But I just want to say thank you guys so much. We will see you guys tomorrow, and I hope you guys have a ton of fun watching everything that's going on with the other regions. See you then.
time.